Story 1. Late one night, I, a freelance journalist, am driving back home after covering a local event. As the rain intensifies, my car suddenly sputters and dies, leaving me stranded near the forest. With no cell service and the nearest town miles away, I decide to seek shelter in a nearby abandoned cabin I remembered passing a few miles back. As I approach the cabin, the rain seems to muffle the natural sounds of the forest, but I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Inside the cabin, I find traces of recent occupancy, despite its supposed abandonment: half-eaten food, a warm mug of coffee, and a damp jacket hung by the door. Unable to leave due to the storm, I settle in, but soon begin to hear faint whispers seemingly coming from the walls themselves. They grow louder, discussing something or someone approaching the cabin. Panicking, I try to locate the source, but the voices are cunning, moving, always just out of sight. The whispers stop abruptly when I discover an old radio, turned off but still crackling with static. As I reach out to turn it off, a shadow looms at the window. I turn to see the silhouette of a person, obscured by the rain. The door creaks open slowly. As the rain hammered down, each drop was a drumbeat on the roof of my car. The night was as black as the ink I used from my notes, with only the occasional flash of lightning to illuminate the winding forest road before me. I was returning from a local festival, my head still swirling with the remnants of music and laughter, when my old sedan coughed violently and rolled to a reluctant stop, engine dead, right next to the dense forest. Stranded with no cell service, my heart pounded not just from the sudden breakdown but from the sheer isolation of my location. The nearest town was miles away, and the road was notoriously deserted at this hour. Remembering an old cabin I'd passed earlier, seemingly abandoned and tucked away just off the road, I grabbed my flashlight and raincoat, locking the car behind me. The rain soaked through my clothes as I trudged back along the road, the mud clinging to my boots with every step. The cabin loomed out of the darkness like a ghost, its windows dark, its wooden sides groaning under the assault of the storm. I hesitated at the threshold, the rational part of my mind listing reasons this could be a bad idea. But the alternative, spending the night in my car, vulnerable and cold, pushed me forward into the shelter of the porch. Inside, the air was stale with the scent of damp wood and old earth. My flashlight beam danced across the room, catching on details that seemed oddly out of place. A half-eaten sandwich on a plate, a mug of coffee with steam still gently rising from it, and a jacket, wet as though recently worn, hung near the door. Someone had been here, maybe not long ago. My heart skipped. Had they left because of the storm, or were they still close by, watching? Deciding to stay near the door, I settled onto an old, creaky chair, wrapping my arms around myself for warmth. The rain continued to pound on the roof, but beneath that constant noise, a new sound began to emerge: whispers. Faint at first, they grew clearer, a murmur of voices discussing something urgent. I stood, flashlight in hand, and spun around, trying to catch the source. The voices seemed to move, always just out of reach, behind the walls, beneath the floors. Panic rose in my throat as the whispers became more insistent. They spoke of someone coming, something about the forest and the rain. My mind raced. Were they talking about me? Or was there something else out here, hidden by the storm? In my frantic search for the source of the whispers, I stumbled upon an old radio, its surface dusty but the dial glowing faintly. It was off, yet it crackled with the static of a dead channel. As I reached out to finally turn it off, hoping the whispers were some bizarre interference, a shadow passed by the window, a human shape distorted by the streaming water. I froze, every muscle tensed, as the door creaked open slowly. The wind howled, mingling with the voices, which suddenly screamed a warning. I turned, expecting to confront a stranger or a wild animal, but there was only the storm, the open door inviting the night inside. Mustering all my courage, I approached the door, flashlight aimed at the darkness beyond. The light caught nothing but rain and trees. The intruder vanished, if indeed there had ever been one. The whispers fell silent, as though satisfied with my fear, leaving only the storm's natural course. I spent the rest of that endless night awake, every small noise a symphony of terror. At dawn, the storm cleared as suddenly as it had arrived, and I ventured outside. The ground was littered with the debris of the night branches, leaves, and footprints. Not just mine. They circled the cabin, some stopping at the windows, others at the door. Whoever or whatever had joined me in the cabin had been curiously inspecting their temporary shelter mate. As I finally left the cabin behind, the sun breaking through the clouds felt like a lifeline. I reached my car, and after several tense attempts, the engine sputtered to life. I drove away without looking back, the echoes of whispers still bouncing in my mind, blending with the questions that had no answers. The storm had passed, but the shadows it left lingered, a reminder that some nights bring more than just rain. Story 2. The storm was relentless, battering the small coastal town with winds that howled like the cries of the damned. I had been stationed at the local radio station, WLRX, for the late shift, my only companions the flickering lights and the ever-present buzz of the old transmitter. It was supposed to be a typical night, play some tracks, read the weather updates, and keep the night owls company with my voice. But as the storm intensified, so did a feeling of unease. Around midnight, the power flickered out, plunging the station into darkness. I reached for the emergency flashlight stashed under the desk and flicked it on, its beam cutting through the black like a lifeline. The backup generator kicked in a moment later, the broadcast equipment sputtering back to life. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when I noticed the lines were active. All of them. Red lights blinked persistently, a rare sight, especially at this hour. Curious and a bit unnerved, I put on my headphones and flipped the switch to take the first call. "This is WLRX, you're on the air," I announced, trying to mask my nervousness with professionalism. But there was only static at first, then a whisper, so soft I had to strain to hear. "They're watching," it said, and then the line went dead. Chills ran down my spine. I quickly moved to the next call, hoping for a more mundane listener. "Hello, WLRX," I said, a little less steady this time. Again, static crackled, and then a different voice, clear and distinct, turn around. I spun in my chair, heart racing, only to see the empty, dimly lit studio behind me. Determined to shake off the fear, I decided to ignore the remaining flashing lines and continue with the music, hoping the normalcy of tunes would calm my nerves. I played a classic rock song, the guitar solos filling the studio, trying to drown out the storm outside. But as the song neared its end, the music began to distort, the notes twisting into something sinister. The sound grew louder, overwhelming, until I was forced to rip off my headphones. The air was thick with a heavy, oppressive feeling, as if the storm outside had seeped into the station itself. I stood up, intending to check the equipment, when the studio door slammed shut with a force that echoed through the room. I jumped, turning just in time to see shadows flickering at the edges of my vision, darting between the corners of the room. Gathering my courage, I approached the door, each step heavy with dread. As I reached out to the handle, the phone rang out, piercing the suffocating atmosphere. With a trembling hand, I answered. "Please help me," a voice sobbed into the earpiece. "It's outside my house." Before I could ask who or what was outside, the line went silent. I felt trapped, caught in a nightmare of sounds and shadows. The storm raged on, relentless, as if feeding the terror. With nowhere else to turn, I addressed the listeners, my voice a mix of desperation and fear. "If anyone can hear this, please, I need help. Something is very wrong at WLRX." As I spoke, a loud crash came from the back of the station, as if something had broken through. The lights flickered violently, then stabilized, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted as abruptly as it had descended. The studio door swung open gently, revealing nothing but the empty hallway beyond. The rest of the night passed without incident, the storm eventually giving way to the calm of dawn. When my replacement arrived, the sun was shining, and it was as if the horrors of the night had been nothing but a bad dream. But the relief was short-lived. Upon leaving, I noticed the antenna, once standing tall against the sky, was now bent and twisted into an unnatural shape, as if something massive had collided with it. I never found out what truly happened that night at WLRX. The calls, the shadows, the overwhelming sounds, they remain unexplained, leaving me with a lingering fear of what might still linger around during the darkest of storms. The storm had swept in from the sea with ferocious intent, a torrent of wind and rain that seemed to want to reclaim the small coastal town for the ocean. At the heart of this maelstrom was WLRX, the local radio station where I was filling in the late shift. It was just me, the rows of blinking equipment, and the endless drone of the storm outside. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight when the power suddenly dipped, the lights dimming before going out completely. I fumbled for the emergency flashlight under the desk, the darkness around me oppressive and complete. As the beam of light cut through the shadows, the backup generator kicked in, a comforting hum that brought the station's vital equipment back to life. As I settled back into my chair, the red lights on the phone panel caught my eye. Every line was lit, a highly unusual sight, especially at this late hour. With a mixture of curiosity and unease, I decided to take the first call, pressing the button and bringing the receiver to my ear. "This is WLRX, you're live on the air," I said, my voice echoing slightly in the empty studio. Static hissed through the speaker for a moment before a whisper broke through, soft and chilling. "They're watching," the voice said, before the line abruptly went dead. A shiver ran down my spine, but I pushed it aside, reaching for the next line. "Hello, WLRX," I tried again, my voice a bit more tentative this time. Static crackled, then cleared, and a different voice spoke, firm and clear. Turn around, I spun in my chair, the light from my flashlight sweeping across the empty studio. Nothing. No one was there. Trying to shake off the growing sense of dread, I decided to ignore the rest of the flashing lines and turned my attention back to the broadcast. I queued up a classic rock song, hoping the familiar strains of guitar would settle my nerves. As the music filled the studio, I tried to relax, but the song began to distort, the notes twisting into something almost sinister. The sound grew inexplicably louder, the speakers straining as if under pressure, forcing me to tear off my headphones. The atmosphere in the studio felt heavier, the air thick, as if charged with electricity from the storm. Standing up, I resolved to check the broadcasting equipment, but as I moved towards the control panel, the studio door slammed shut with such force that it echoed through the room like a gunshot. I jumped, turning just in time to catch the fleeting movement of shadows at the edges of my vision. My heart pounding, I approached the door cautiously. Each step felt like moving through molasses, the air around me unnervingly still. I reached out a trembling hand to the handle when the phone rang out sharply, cutting through the tense silence. Hesitantly, I answered. "Please help me," a voice sobbed desperately into the earpiece. "It's outside my house." I barely had time to respond before the line went dead again. The feeling of being trapped, surrounded by unseen horrors, was overwhelming. I went live on air, my voice cracking with fear and desperation. "If anyone can hear this, please, I need help. Something is very wrong at WLRX." No sooner had I spoken than a loud crash sounded from the back of the station, as though something large had struck the building. The lights flickered violently, threatening to plunge me back into darkness, but then steadied. As quickly as it had arrived, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving behind a silence that was almost more terrifying. The studio door creaked open slowly, revealing only the empty hallway beyond. I remained on air until dawn, the storm gradually abating as the night wore on. When my relief arrived, The sun was breaking through the clouds, casting light on a world that seemed untouched by the night's terrors. Story 3. Late one evening, I decide to visit an old friend who lives alone in a secluded house by a lake. The path to the house is surrounded by dense woods and it's raining heavily. As I approach, I notice something odd. There are fresh footprints in the mud leading up to the front door, but none leading away. The house itself is dark, and there's no answer when I knock. Deciding to investigate, I enter the house. Inside, everything seems in order except for a set of wet footprints leading from the front door to the living room, and then stopping abruptly. I call out for my friend but receive no response. Growing more anxious, I check each room, finding nothing until I reach the basement door. It's slightly ajar, and as I open it, a cold draft hits me. Descending into the basement, I find my friend, pale and shaken, sitting in the corner. He whispers that something followed him home last night from the woods and that he's been hearing it moving around the house ever since. He hadn't dared to leave the basement all day. As we talk, a thumping sound starts above us, slow and deliberate. My friend grips my arm, his eyes wide with fear. We decide to escape through the basement window. As we crawl out into the rain, I glance back at the house and see a shadow pass by the basement window. We run through the woods to my car. The sounds of the storm and our pursuer mingle behind us. Safely in the car, we drive away, not stopping until we reach the town. My friend stays with me that night, neither of us willing to talk much about what happened, each lost in our thoughts about the mysterious unseen follower. The rain was a relentless companion as I drove down the narrow gravel road that wound its way through the dense woods to my friend Jacob's lakeside house. The twilight was deepening, and thick clouds overhead promised that the downpour wasn't going to let up anytime soon. As I parked near his gate, a flicker of lightning briefly illuminated the area, revealing a set of fresh footprints in the mud leading to his front door, but curiously, none leading back. I grabbed my coat and flashlight from the back seat and made my way towards the house, the beam of my flashlight dancing over the wet ground, following the mysterious trail. The house stood dark and silent, more like an abandoned relic than a lived-in home. I knocked several times, but there was no response. Something about the situation felt off. The door was unlocked, which was unusual for Jacob, who was meticulous about security, especially living so isolated. Pushing the door open, I stepped inside, calling out, "Jacob, are you here?" My voice echoed through the empty halls, met only by silence. The interior was well kept but still. I noticed another set of wet footprints leading from the doorway into the living room, and then stopping abruptly by the fireplace. No further steps led away. It was as if someone had vanished into thin air. My heart rate picked up as I searched the ground floor, finding no sign of Jacob. A sudden draft drew my attention to the basement door, slightly ajar. I approached it hesitantly, every instinct screaming that something was not right. Pushing it open, I was greeted by a gust of cold, damp air. The stairs descended into darkness, and I took a deep breath before heading down, flashlight leading the way. At the bottom of the stairs, I found Jacob huddled in a corner, his eyes wide and face pale. Relief washed over me at the sight of him, but it was quickly replaced by concern at his state. "Jacob, what's going on?" I asked as I knelt beside him. He grabbed my arm, his voice a whisper. "Something followed me home from the woods last night. I've heard it moving around the house all day. I didn't dare go up there." Before I could respond, a thump echoed from above, slow and deliberate, as if something heavy were dragging itself across the floor. Jacob's grip tightened, his face contorted with fear. "We need to leave," he murmured. Nodding, I helped him to his feet, and we moved to the small basement window. I managed to pry it open, and we clambered out into the rainy night. As I pulled myself out, I glanced back towards the house just in time to see a shadow move past the window we had just escaped from. We ran through the slick, muddy woods to my car, the sounds of the storm around us blending with the terrifying possibility that we were not alone. Reaching the car, I threw it into gear the moment Jacob slammed the door shut, and we didn't stop until we reached the safety of the town. That night, Jacob stayed at my place, neither of us keen to spend the night alone. We sat in silence mostly, each lost in our thoughts about what had happened. Jacob eventually moved away from the house by the lake, unable to shake the fear of his unseen follower. Story 4. Late one foggy night, I find myself driving through unfamiliar countryside roads after getting lost. Low on gas, I spot an old diner that appears as though it hasn't been renovated since the 1950s. Relieved, I pull in. The diner is dimly lit and empty except for the waitress and an old man sitting at the counter. I take a seat and order a coffee. The old man begins to tell a story about the diner being on cursed ground once the site of a tragic accident where a young couple died on their way to elope. As he speaks, the lights flicker, and a song from the 1950s plays on the jukebox, although no one has touched it. Feeling uneasy but skeptical, I thank the old man and decide to leave. As I stand to go, the waitress insists on my staying to hear the end of the story, her expression strangely urgent. Reluctantly, I sit back down. The old man continues, describing how every year, on the anniversary of the accident, strange occurrences happen in the diner, objects moving on their own, whispers heard when no one is around, and sightings of a ghostly couple at the window. As the story concludes, the clock strikes midnight, the exact time of the accident years ago. Suddenly, the diner's lights go out completely. In the eerie glow of the emergency exit signs, I see the reflection of a young man and woman in the window, looking in. The lights flicker back on, and the reflections are gone. The waitress smiles, unnervingly calm, and says, "Happens every year. You get used to it." Shaken, I pay for the coffee and leave the diner quickly, the fog seeming to close in around me as I drive away, the haunting image of the couple etched into my mind. The fog had rolled in thick and fast, obscuring the winding country roads ahead as I drove. My sense of direction, already poor in the best of conditions, was failing me tonight. The fuel gauge was perilously low when, like a beacon through the mist, the lights of a diner appeared. An old sign, flickering and buzzing, read Molly's Roadside Diner. It looked like it hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint since the 1950s, but right now, it was the most welcoming sight in the world. I pulled into the gravel lot and parked. The place was dimly lit and had a single car parked outside, an old Chevrolet that looked as vintage as the diner itself. Inside, the diner was empty except for a waitress behind the counter and an old man nursing a cup of coffee at the bar. The air was thick with the smell of grease and coffee, and the walls were lined with faded photographs and old license plates. Taking a seat at the counter, I ordered a coffee, grateful for the warmth as it chased away the chill. The old man glanced over at me, and as if deciding I was worthy of his tales, began to speak. "You know, this place is on cursed ground," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Used to be an old gas station here, right where a young couple died in a crash decades ago. They were running away to elope." As he spoke, the lights flickered ominously, and a slow song from the 1950s crooned out of the jukebox, even though no one had touched it. A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to keep my skepticism in check. "Is that so?" I murmured, more to keep him talking than out of belief. The old man nodded, his eyes dark and serious. "Every year, on the anniversary of that night, strange things happen here. Doors slam shut, the jukebox plays on its own, and people say they see the couple's ghosts in the windows watching." The clock on the wall ticked toward midnight, and as the old man's story came to a close, the diner's lights suddenly went out. A cold dread swept over me. In the dim light of the emergency exit signs, I caught the reflection of a young man and woman in the window, their faces somber and eyes hollow with sadness. Then, just as quickly as they appeared, they were gone. The lights flickered back to life, revealing the waitress's calm, unperturbed expression as she placed my bill on the counter. Happens every year. You get used to it, she said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Story 5. Driving late at night, looking for a shortcut I heard about from a local, I find myself on a narrow road that twists through the dense woods. The fog is thick, swallowing the beams of my headlights, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. The road isn't on my GPS, and the deeper I go, the more the feeling of dread grows. As I navigate the sharp bends, the edges of the asphalt crumble, and overgrown foliage brushes the sides of my car. Suddenly my headlights catch something startling: an old, rusted car half submerged in a ditch beside the road. I pull over, curiosity piqued despite my unease. Approaching the car, it's clear it's been there for many years, but inside the remnants of a map are visible on the passenger seat. Returning to my car, I attempt to drive away, but my engine stutters and dies. Stranded, I try my phone, but there's no signal. As I sit pondering my next move, the silence of the night is broken by faint music, an old, melancholic tune playing from somewhere in the distance. It seems to be coming from deeper within the woods. Compelled by a mix of fear and curiosity, I follow the sound, trekking through the underbrush until I come upon an old, decrepit mansion, hidden by the trees and enshrouded in mist. The music grows louder, guiding me to a lit window on the ground floor. Peering inside, I see a room untouched by time, a gramophone spinning in the corner, playing the haunting melody. Suddenly the music stops. The silence is suffocating. Then a shadow moves across the room. I step back, heart racing, as the figure approaches the window. It's an old woman, her gaze piercing through the glass, locking onto mine. She motions for me to come inside, her expression unreadable. Fear grips me, and I turn to flee, but the path back is not as I remember. The woods seem to shift, the fog disorienting. I wander, lost, until the first light of dawn begins to pierce the fog. Eventually, I find my way back to my car, which now starts without issue. Driving away, the road seems different in the daylight, less menacing, but the image of the old woman and the haunting melody linger in my mind, a chilling reminder of the night I wandered down the forgotten road. On a chilly autumn night, a dense fog descended over the countryside, cloaking the landscape in a ghostly shroud. Eager to get home after a long day visiting a friend in another town, I decided to take a shortcut I had overheard in a local cafe. The road, they said, was rarely used but would cut my journey in half. What they failed to mention, or perhaps I failed to consider, was its state of neglect and the treacherous conditions on a night such as this. The road was more a lane than a thoroughfare, winding precariously through thick woodland. My headlights struggled against the fog, their glow barely reaching the edges of the road, which was bordered by an impenetrable wall of trees and underbrush. As I drove deeper, the tarmac became rough and uneven, the lines of the road almost completely worn away. Suddenly, my headlights illuminated an eerie sight: an old car, its once vibrant paint now faded and rusted, half sunk into a ditch overrun with wild foliage. Curiosity overcame my initial apprehension, and I pulled over, the only sound the crunch of gravel under my tires and my own breathing. Approaching the car, I peered inside. The interior was a mess of decay and mold, but on the passenger seat lay a partially disintegrated map, its edges curled and stained. I reached in to grab it, the paper crumbling slightly at my touch. As I studied it, trying to discern any familiar roads, a chill ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from a sudden, inexplicable feeling of being watched. I hurried back to my car, eager to leave this unsettling scene behind, but as I turned the key, the engine merely sputtered and died. Panic set in as I realized I was stranded, my phone showing no signal in this forgotten part of the countryside. As I sat, considering my options, a faint sound drifted through the fog, a slow, melancholic tune, like something out of another era. Compelled by a mix of fear and curiosity, I left my car and followed the music through the dense underbrush, my flashlight barely making a dent in the thick fog. The melody led me deeper into the woods until an imposing structure loomed before me, an old mansion, its grandeur lost to time, with ivy creeping up its stone walls. The music was louder now, clearly emanating from a lit window on the ground floor. Cautiously, I approached and peered inside. The room appeared as if left untouched for decades, dust motes dancing in the beam of light from the old gramophone that spun in the corner. It was playing the haunting tune that had drawn me here. Suddenly, the music ceased, plunging the room and me into an oppressive silence. I held my breath, frozen in place, until a shadow crossed the room. My heart thudded painfully in my chest as a figure approached the window. It was an old woman, her features sharp and her eyes intensely focused on mine. She gestured for me to come inside, her movements slow and deliberate. A surge of primal fear overtook me, and I stumbled backward, turning to run. The path through which I had come was no longer clear, the landscape seemingly altered. I wandered through the night, disoriented by the shifting fog, until the first light of dawn began to clear the mist. Eventually, I found my way back to my car. Miraculously, it started on the first try. As I drove away, the sun rose fully, casting light over the road that seemed much less menacing by day. Yet the image of the old woman and the echoes of that melancholic melody lingered in my mind, a haunting reminder of my journey down the forgotten road. Story 6. On a bitterly cold winter's night, I am staying alone in a rented cottage in a historic village known for its scenic charm and ghostly legends. As the snow falls heavily, covering the cobblestone streets in a thick white blanket, I feel isolated yet cozy inside the small, warm cottage. As night deepens, I notice a peculiar silhouette in the frosted window of the house across the street. It looks like the shadow of a person watching. I try to dismiss it as a trick of the light or a leftover decoration that the homeowners forgot to remove. But each time I glance out, the silhouette seems to be in a different window, always facing me. Curiosity mixed with unease, I decide to brave the storm and visit the neighboring house to see who or what is in the windows. I wrap myself in my thickest coat and step out into the snow, the wind biting at my face as I make my way across the street. Reaching the house, I knock on the door but receive no answer. I try the handle and find the door unlocked. Stepping inside, I am met with an eerie silence and an unnerving chill that goes deeper than the cold outside. The house is dark, save for the faint moonlight filtering through the snow-covered windows. I call out, but there's no response. As I venture further, I find that each room appears untouched, with furniture covered in sheets and a layer of dust indicating long disuse. The atmosphere is tense, and I feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me. Climbing the stairs, I follow the locations from which I had seen the silhouette. Each room is empty, the windows showing only my footprints in the snow outside. Finally, I enter the last room, where I had last seen the watcher. As I approach the window, a shadow darts past me, leaving behind a gust of cold air. I whirl around, but there is no one there. The room is just as abandoned as the rest. Heart racing, I return to the window and see, in the reflection, not my own image but that of an old, weathered man, his eyes sad and staring right into mine. As I turn to confront him, he vanishes like smoke, leaving me alone with the chilling realization that the legends of the village may hold more truth than I dared to believe. Returning to my cottage, I keep the lights on, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The next day, inquiries revealed that the house has been unoccupied for years, the last owner having been an old man who, legend has it, still waits for his lost love to return. The snow was falling thick and fast, blanketing the quaint village in silence and isolation. I had rented a small cottage here, drawn by tales of scenic winter landscapes and rich history. The village was also known for its ghostly legends, but I'd shrugged these off as quaint tourist attractions. Yet as the night drew on, the charm of the old-world architecture took on a more sinister aspect in the dim light of the storm. Sitting by the fire, I glanced out the frosted window across the street. There, in the window of the house opposite, was the silhouette of a person. It was just a shadow, vague and indistinct, but unmistakably human. I chuckled to myself, reasoning it was probably a trick of the light or a forgotten decoration. But when I looked again, the silhouette had moved to another window, always facing directly towards me. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold crept up my spine. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I decided to confront this watcher. Donning my heavy coat and boots, I stepped out into the blizzard. The wind was merciless, and the snow stung my face as I trudged across the street to the house that seemed to be observing me. I knocked on the sturdy wooden door, but no sound came from within. Hesitantly, I turned the knob, and the door creaked open to a dark, silent interior. The air inside was frigid, sending a shiver down my back that wasn't solely from the draft. "Hello," my voice sounded small and hollow in the vast, empty hallway. No reply came, and the silence seemed to deepen in response to my call. I stepped inside, the door swinging shut behind me with a thud that echoed ominously through the house. The living room was just inside the entrance, its furnishings shrouded in white sheets, untouched and gathering dust. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting eerie shadows that danced in the corner of my vision. I proceeded cautiously, exploring the ground floor before heading upstairs, each step creaking underfoot as if complaining about the disturbance. Upstairs, I followed the path I imagined the silhouette had taken, checking each room. They were all empty, relics of a life long abandoned, with only the wind's whisper for company. I reached the last room, the one from which I had last seen the watcher. The door was slightly ajar, and as I pushed it open, a shadow flickered past me, almost like a draft made visible. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing. The room was devoid of any presence but my own. I approached the window, peering out at my own cottage across the street, now just a dim light through the blizzard. Turning back to the room, I caught sight of my reflection in the window, but I was not alone in the glass. Beside me stood an old man, his features gaunt, his eyes filled with an indescribable longing. I whirled around, but there was nothing, no one there. When I looked back, the reflection too had disappeared. I hurried back to my cottage, the cold forgotten in my urgency. Once inside, I bolted the door and stoked the fire, trying to erase the image of those haunting eyes from my mind. The next morning, I asked a local about the house. They told me it had been empty for years, ever after the old man who lived there died, waiting for his lost love who never returned from the sea. The rest of my stay was uneventful, but the feeling of being watched never quite left me. When I finally left the village, it was with a relief that was tinged with sorrow, carrying away a story of my own about the watcher in the window, a story that perhaps added another layer to the village's ghostly legends. Story 7. It's late autumn, and I decide to explore the outskirts of a town I'm visiting for a writing retreat. Drawn by local tales of an old playground said to be haunted, I find it just as the sun begins to set, casting long shadows and giving the rusting equipment an eerie glow. The playground is deserted, swings creaking gently in the breeze, and the slide covered with a thin layer of frost. As I wander through, examining the old structures, I hear laughter, children's laughter, seemingly coming from nowhere. The sound is playful yet chilling, as there are clearly no children in sight. Curious and a little unnerved, I continue to explore, the laughter intermittently echoing around me. Approaching the seesaw, it suddenly moves, as if someone invisible is playing on it. The air grows colder, and the laughter becomes louder, now accompanied by faint whispers. As darkness falls, I feel an overwhelming sense of being watched. The rustling of the leaves seems to carry voices, telling me to leave. Not wanting to tempt fate, I start to leave, but as I do, I see a flash of movement by the swings, a small, shadowy figure quickly disappearing behind a tree. I rush to the spot, heart pounding, but find only the wind moving through the leaves. The laughter stops abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. Shaken, I hurry back to town, the sounds of the playground haunting me. That night, I research the history of the playground and discover a tragic story of a school bus accident nearby, decades ago, which claimed the lives of several children. The next day, I return with a local historian who shares more about the town's history and the children who once played there. As we stand in the playground, a gentle breeze passes through, and for a moment, it sounds almost like a sigh of relief, as if the children's spirits were finally acknowledged. The chill of late autumn was setting in as I wandered the outskirts of a small town, the setting for my writing retreat. The locals had shared whispered tales of an old playground, abandoned and rumored to be haunted, which piqued my curiosity as a backdrop for a potential story. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the sky, I found the playground nestled among overgrown grass and towering trees that whispered in the wind. The scene before me was like a snapshot from another time. The swings moved slightly with the breeze, their chains rusted and squeaking. A slide stood covered in frost, its surface reflecting the dying light. The entire place felt suspended in time, a relic of joy long past. As I stepped closer, the sound of children laughing broke the silence. It was light and airy, as if carried by the wind. I spun around, half expecting to see kids running around, playing hide and seek among the trees, but there was no one. The laughter echoed again, this time from another direction, sending a shiver down my spine. Drawn deeper into the playground, I approached the seesaw. As I neared, it began to move, one side dipping, as if bearing the weight of an unseen child. The air around me grew noticeably colder, and the laughter was now joined by whispers, too faint to discern their words. The sun had now set, and the playground was bathed in the blue light of twilight. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, and the rustling leaves seemed to carry voices urging me, "Leave." Despite the fear tightening in my chest, curiosity rooted me to the spot until a sudden movement by the swings caught my eye. A small, shadowy figure darted behind a tree. My heart pounding, I rushed over, only to be met by the wind whispering through the leaves. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy silence that seemed to press in around me. Feeling a primal urge to flee, I hurried back towards the town, the eerie stillness of the playground chilling me more than the autumn air. Back in the safety of my room, I researched the playground and discovered it was near the site of a tragic accident where a school bus had gone off the road, claiming the lives of several children decades ago. Compelled by the story and the need for closure, I returned the next day with a local historian, an elderly man familiar with the town's tragedies. As we walked through the playground, he recounted the names and stories of those lost, his voice adding a solemn weight to the atmosphere. Standing there among the aging playground equipment, the wind picked up, rustling the leaves and swinging the chains. For a moment it sounded like a sigh, a whisper of relief through the trees. It felt as though the spirits of the children, long bound to this place of their last laughs and plays, were finally being acknowledged, their stories told. As we left, I looked back at the playground, now peaceful in the light of day. The haunting from the night before seemed like a distant dream, yet the emotional weight of the place lingered. I left the town with a new story to tell, one of tragedy but also of remembrance and perhaps a kind of peace for those playful spirits who had lingered long in their forgotten playground. Story 8. While exploring a forgotten section of the city for a photography project, I stumble upon Hollow Street, known among locals for its mysterious disappearances. The street is shrouded in an eerie silence, contrasting starkly with the urban hum from nearby areas. The buildings, once grand, now stand empty and decrepit, their windows like dark, watching eyes. As I walk down the street taking photos, my footsteps echo oddly, as if someone else is walking beside me. Initially, I dismiss it as an acoustic quirk, but the sensation of being followed grows stronger. Turning frequently, I see nothing but the empty street behind me, yet the feeling persists. Suddenly, I hear whispers, soft and indistinct, coming from the buildings themselves. They grow louder, urging me to leave, warning of danger. The air grows colder, and a thick fog begins to roll in, obscuring my vision and disorienting me. In my panic, I run, trying to find my way back to the main road, but the street seems to twist and turn against me. Every turn brings me back to the same spot, as if the street won't let me leave. Heart racing, I realize I need to understand what's happening to escape. I force myself to stop and listen to the whispers. They speak of a tragedy long past, a fire that consumed much of the street, trapping and claiming the lives of many. As I acknowledge the history, the fog begins to lift, and I find my way to the end of the street, where the modern city greets me like a different world. Shaken, I look back at Hollow Street. It appears unchanged, but for a moment I see figures in the windows, faces of those lost, watching, waiting for their stories to be told. I leave with a promise to share their tale, a solemn tribute to those who once called this street home. The city was alive with the buzz of activity as I wandered through its streets, camera in hand, seeking the forgotten corners for my photography project. My journey took me to the outskirts of the urban core, where I discovered Hollow Street, a place almost erased from the city's collective memory, known only in hushed tones for its history of mysterious disappearances. Hollow Street was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the vibrant life just blocks away. The buildings, relics of a grander past, stood neglected, their facades crumbling, windows like empty sockets staring down at me. The street seemed suspended in time, wrapped in a silence that felt almost tangible. As I walked, my footsteps echoed on the cobblestone, a sound that should have been solitary but wasn't. It seemed as if someone were walking beside me, matching my pace. I paused, turning quickly, half expecting to see someone, but there was only the empty street. A chill ran through me, not from the autumn air but from the creeping sensation of being watched. Trying to shake off the unease, I continued taking photos, the camera's shudder a comforting sound in the oppressive silence. But then, whispers drifted out from the doorways and broken windows of the surrounding buildings. They were soft and fragmented, difficult to understand at first, but growing clearer, insistent. "Leave." "Dangerous," the voices murmured, weaving through the cold air. A dense fog began to roll down the street, thick and white, swallowing the weak light from the overcast sky. The buildings blurred into shadows on either side of me, and the street ahead twisted into obscurity. Panic gripped me as I tried to find my way back, but Hollow Street seemed to have turned against me. Every turn, every direction I tried, led me back to the same desolate spot. It was as if the street itself was a labyrinth, keeping me trapped. Driven by desperation, I stopped and forced myself to listen to the whispers. They told a tale of a long-ago tragedy, a devastating fire that had swept through the street, engulfing the buildings and claiming lives that were now forgotten by the city that moved on. Acknowledging the history, the sadness of the place seemed to shift something. The fog began to thin, revealing the street gradually returning to its former, albeit decrepit, state. My heart still pounding, I followed the now visible path to the end of Hollow Street. Verging onto the bustling main road felt like stepping through a portal into another world. The sounds of the city rushed back, a stark contrast to the silence I had just experienced. Looking back, Hollow Street was just as I had found it, silent and brooding. But for a fleeting moment I saw them figures in the windows, faces etched with sorrow and longing, watching me depart. I left Hollow Street with more than just photographs. I carried with me the echoes of its past, the stories of those who had perished, remembered now only by the street that witnessed their demise. I promised myself to share their tale, to give voice to the whispers in the windows, ensuring that those lost to Hollow Street would not be forgotten again. Story 9. Visiting a quaint town for its historical sites, I discover an old library tucked away at the edge of the woods. The library, grand yet slightly run down, beckons with its promise of hidden knowledge and forgotten stories. As I enter, the musty smell of old paper and wood fills my senses. The librarian, an elderly man with a knowing smile, welcomes me and suggests I explore the special collections room for truly unique finds. As I delve deeper into the library, I stumble upon a secluded section filled with ancient tomes, their covers thick with dust. One book in particular catches my eye, a large, leather-bound volume with intricate engravings. As I open it, the air around me grows colder, and the faint sound of whispers fills the room. The book contains tales of the town and its residents, stories that seem to come alive as I read. The words dance on the pages, almost vibrating with energy. But as I continue, the whispers grow louder, urging me to stop, warning of something ancient and powerful contained within the book. Ignoring the warnings, I read a passage aloud, unwittingly releasing a spectral figure from the pages. The figure, a wraith-like apparition, speaks in a voice that echoes through the stacks, thanking me for freeing it. It reveals that it was once a guardian of the library, bound to protect its secrets but was trapped by a dark spell. The librarian rushes in, hearing the commotion. He explains that the library was built on a site of ancient power, and the books are protected by spirits. By releasing the guardian, I've disrupted a centuries-old balance. The librarian, though initially upset, sees this as an opportunity to finally free the other spirits bound within the library. Together, we perform a ritual found in another tome, aimed at restoring balance and freeing the spirits. The library fills with light, and a chorus of voices as the spirits ascend, leaving behind a sense of peace. The librarian thanks me, hinting that the library always needs a new guardian. As I leave, I feel a connection to the library, a pull to return and uncover more of its secrets. The experience leaves me with a deeper understanding of the mystical forces that thread through the town's history and the knowledge that some books hold more than just words, they hold lives and legacies. Upon arriving at the secluded art museum, nestled deep within a dense forest, I felt a mix of excitement and unease. The museum, famed for its collection of the macabre and mystical, seemed to brood under the heavy canopy of ancient trees, its architecture both grand and ominous. The interior was dimly lit, each hallway and room bathed in a soft, eerie glow that accentuated the unsettling nature of the exhibits. I moved slowly through the corridors, my footsteps echoing softly, the only sounds the distant whisper of the wind through the trees and the occasional creak of the old wooden floor. I noticed an absence of other visitors and rarely saw any staff. The only constant presence was the old curator, a gaunt figure who moved with an unsettling grace. He would appear at my side without sound, his sudden presence startling, then vanish just as quietly as I turned to another exhibit. My attention was captured by a particular room filled with paintings of shadowy figures, each frame holding a darker aura than the last. The figures seemed almost alive, their forms shifting imperceptibly as I watched, a trick of the light, or so I told myself. The curator materialized beside me as I studied a painting labeled simply as The Keeper, 1881. His voice was soft yet carried a chilling intensity as he described the artist's unique ability to trap the essences of shadows within his work, capturing their spirits on the canvas. He spoke of the artist's descent into madness, driven by his dealings with the dark. Intrigued and unnerved, I listened as the curator offered to show me a private collection not on display to the public. Despite my better judgment, curiosity led me to follow him to a hidden section of the museum, down a narrow, spiral staircase that seemed to sink endlessly into the earth. The room we entered was shrouded in darkness, lit only by flickering candles. The paintings here were more vivid, their shadows almost pulsating. The curator's stories grew darker, filled with tales of rituals and the binding of spirits, his eyes gleaming with a fanatic's fervor. As he unveiled the final painting, the room grew inexplicably colder, the light dimming as if swallowed by the canvas itself. I watched horrified as the shadows began to seep from the frames, forming whispering, twisting forms in the air around us. "To see is to belong," the curator whispered, his voice echoing strangely as the shadows grew denser, reaching towards me with tendrils of darkness. Panic took hold, and I pushed past him, my heart pounding as I raced through the museum. The shadows swirled in pursuit, a mass of whispering darkness that seemed to feed on my fear. I burst from the museum into the daylight, the bright sun stark against the dark I'd fled. Turning back, I saw the museum calm and silent, the curator standing in the doorway, smiling that same unsettling smile as if nothing had occurred. I didn't stop to consider. I ran to my car and drove away, the curator's words and the whispers of the shadows echoing in my mind. The experience left me shaken, questioning the line between art and something far more sinister. The museum remains a place of dark fascination in my memories, a stark reminder of the curator and the shadows that may still linger within its walls, waiting for the next viewer to be drawn into their depths. Story 10. Visiting a coastal village known for its scenic beauty and haunting maritime tales, I rent a small cottage near an old, disused lighthouse rumored to be haunted by its last keeper. As I settle in for the evening, the weather turns stormy, with powerful winds and crashing waves that seem to echo the lighthouse's lonely vigil. During my first night, the power flickers out, and in the pitch darkness, I hear a distant, mournful sound like a foghorn, but softer, more forlorn. Curiosity overcoming fear, I venture out with a flashlight toward the lighthouse, the wind howling around me as if trying to push me back. As I approach, the door to the lighthouse swings open with a creak, revealing a spiral staircase winding upward. The mournful sound grows louder as I ascend, and I feel a chilling presence, as if being watched. At the top, I find the beacon room deserted, but the lamp, inexplicably, flickers to life, casting long shadows. Suddenly, I hear a voice rough and weathered by the sea, warning of an impending storm more dangerous than any the village has seen in decades. The voice, heavy with sorrow, speaks of his failure to save a shipwrecked crew because he couldn't keep the light burning during a similar storm long ago. As the storm outside intensifies, the lighthouse keeper's apparition appears, pointing urgently towards the sea. Following his gaze, I see through the storm a ship struggling against the waves. I realize then that the lighthouse lamp is shining not for me, but for them. Rushing down to the village, I alert the Coast Guard and return to the lighthouse, where I witness the ship safely navigating the treacherous waters, guided by the lighthouse's beam. As dawn breaks, the storm clears and I look back to find the lighthouse dark once more. The keeper's presence gone, but his duty fulfilled. Leaving the village, I carry with me the tale of the lighthouse keeper, a reminder of the thin line between spectral lore and the solemn duties that bind us to our past. Arriving at the remote coastal village, I was immediately captivated by the rugged beauty of the landscape and the brooding presence of the old lighthouse perched on a rocky outcrop. The lighthouse, now disused, had been the focus of numerous local legends, its last keeper reputed to haunt the place, unable to leave his post even in death. As evening fell, the weather turned, a storm brewing with winds that howled like the cries of the damned and waves that crashed against the cliffs with ferocious intensity. My rented cottage, cozy and welcoming by day, now seemed fragile against the storm's might. That night, as the power flickered out, leaving me in near total darkness, I heard a distant, mournful sound that could only be described as a foghorn, though softer and somehow sadder than any I had heard before. Driven by a mix of fear and an overwhelming need to understand, I grabbed my flashlight and headed out into the storm. The wind seemed determined to drive me back as I made my way toward the lighthouse. When I reached it, the door creaked open as if inviting me in. Inside, the air was damp and cold, carrying the scent of the sea and something faintly, indefinably old. The mournful sound grew louder as I ascended the spiral staircase, each step echoing in the hollow space. Reaching the beacon room, I found it empty, yet as I entered, the old lamp flickered to life, throwing shadows against the walls. That's when I heard the voice, rough and heavy with regret. A storm's coming, it warned, worse than the one that claimed the Lorelei and her crew. The keeper's spirit recounted his past failure, the night he had been unable to keep the light alive, resulting in a tragic shipwreck. As the voice spoke, the storm outside seemed to mirror the ferocity of that long-ago disaster. The keeper's apparition materialized, his form ethereal but his expression vivid with urgency. He pointed out towards the sea, and following his gaze, I saw through the rain-streaked windows a ship fighting against the waves. Realizing the lighthouse was active again, not for me but for those at sea, I hurried back down to the village to alert the Coast Guard. By the time we returned to the lighthouse, the ship was safely passing the treacherous rocks, guided by the beacon's steady light. As dawn broke, the storm abated and the sea calmed. The lighthouse lamp dimmed and went out, and the keeper's apparition faded with the light, his duty fulfilled at last. The Coast Guard and I stood in silence, watching the horizon brighten, a sense of peace settling over the scene. Leaving the village later that day, I felt a profound connection to the story I had become a part of. The lighthouse keeper's warning had not only saved those at sea but had also bridged the gap between legend and reality, showing that sometimes our ghosts are simply the memories of unresolved duties and unfulfilled promises. This experience, captured in the pages of my journal and the photographs of the lighthouse, would stay with me, a reminder of the night when the past reached out through the storm to change the course of the present. Story 11. Visiting a small rural town to investigate local folklore for a book, I learned about Old Mill Road, a place avoided by locals, especially after dark. On my first night, driven by a mix of skepticism and curiosity, I decide to walk the road. The old mill, a looming silhouette against the night sky, draws me toward it. As I walk, the woods seem unnaturally quiet, the usual sounds of wildlife absent. Then suddenly I hear it, a low, continuous whisper seeming to come from all around. The closer I get to the mill, the clearer the whispers become, talking about a tragedy that once occurred there. Reaching the mill, I feel a chill despite the summer heat. The whispers grow louder, now pleading, warning me to leave. Ignoring the warnings, I enter the mill. Inside, the air is cool and musty, the scent of old grain and rust strong. As I explore, the whispers turn to cries and I hear footsteps above me, though the upper floors are long collapsed. Suddenly the temperature drops, and I see my breath in the air. I turn to leave, but the exit seems farther away than it should. The whispers crescendo into a desperate shout, and just as I feel I can't take another step, everything stops, the air warms, the whispers cease, and I'm standing by the open door. Leaving the mill, I look back and see nothing but the quiet, dark building. The experience leaves me shaken, and the next day, I interview older residents who reluctantly share that the mill was the site of a tragic accident where several workers lost their lives due to negligence. The mill was never used again, and the road became a place of sorrow and warning. I leave the town with a new respect for the legends I once doubted, understanding that some places hold on to the echoes of their past, and sometimes those echoes reach out to the present. Arriving in the small rural town, my intent was to peel back the layers of local folklore for a new book. Among the tales, Old Mill Road stood out, a path shadowed by the remnants of an abandoned grain mill and whispered warnings. The locals spoke of it with a mixture of fear and respect, urging avoidance after dark. But curiosity and a bit of skepticism drove me to see it for myself. As dusk fell, I set out along the road, the setting sun casting long shadows that seemed to reach out from the dense woods lining the path. The mill, an imposing structure of weathered wood and broken windows, stood stark against the darkening sky, drawing me closer. The woods were eerily silent as I approached, the usual chatter of wildlife conspicuously absent. Then, the whispers started, soft, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to emanate from the trees, the wind, the very air around me. With each step toward the mill, they grew clearer, now discernible as voices speaking of a long-forgotten tragedy. Despite the summer evening's warmth, a chill crept over me as I reached the mill's threshold. The whispers intensified, pleading, warning, leave. Not safe. The rational part of my mind urged me to heed the warnings, but the pull of the unknown, the need to understand, propelled me forward. Inside the mill was a cavernous space, the air thick with the musty smell of old grain and rust. As I ventured deeper, exploring the shadowy interior with only a flashlight to guide me, the whispers turned to cries, urgent and fearful. Footsteps sounded from the floor above, a floor that had long since given way to decay and collapse. The temperature plummeted, my breath visible in the flashlight's beam. I spun around, aiming to return to the safety of the road, but the exit seemed impossibly distant, as if the space inside the mill had expanded, warping around me. The cries escalated into a desperate shout, a cacophony of voices that filled the mill with sorrow and fear. Just as panic began to overtake me, threatening to root me in place, the air shifted. Warmth flooded back, the voices fell silent, and I found myself standing by the open door, the night quiet once more. Shaken, I left the mill, looking back only once to see it as it was, a silent, forsaken building, hiding its past within. The next day, armed with a newfound urgency, I spoke with the town's eldest residents. They shared the story reluctantly, a tale of a tragic accident where negligence had claimed the lives of several workers, condemning the mill and the road to a legacy of sorrow. With the legends confirmed and the voices of the past still echoing in my mind, I prepared to leave the town. The experience had transformed my skepticism into respect, a deep acknowledgement of the power of places to hold on to their histories, sometimes reaching out to those who dared to explore them. This story, like the whispers of Old Mill Road, would linger long after I had written the last word, a testament to the unseen forces that weave through the tapestries of our tales and legends. Story 12. While hiking through a dense forest, I stumble upon a forgotten village, overgrown and silent. Curiosity leads me to explore the dilapidated stone houses and tangled gardens, but the focal point of the village is the old well in the square. As I approach the well, intrigued by its legend of granting visions to those who peer into its depths, I decide to look down. Instead of seeing my reflection or the dark water, I see a vivid scene playing out beneath the surface of the village, lively and bustling, as it might have been centuries ago. Mesmerized, I watch the scenes of daily village life unfold below. However, the vision shifts, becoming darker, showing a day when a mysterious calamity struck, leading to the village's rapid decline and eventual abandonment. As the vision fades, I hear whispers echoing up from the well, pleading for help or perhaps offering warnings. The air grows cold, and I feel an unseen force pulling me closer to the edge. I step back, shaken, and as I turn to leave, I glimpse a shadowy figure in the well's reflection, watching me. The experience leaves me with more questions than answers. Were these visions a glimpse into the past or something more sinister? I leave the village intent on researching its history, haunted by the images and the chilling sensation of being watched from the depths. While hiking through a dense, overgrown forest, I stumbled upon an ancient, abandoned village. It was as if time itself had conspired to hide this place from the outside world, with nature reclaiming the crumbling stone houses and wild flora intertwining with forgotten pathways. The air was thick with the scent of moss and decay, but what drew me deeper into the village was the allure of an old well, rumored among local legends to show visions to those who dared look into its depths. Located in the village square, surrounded by ivy-clad ruins, the well was an imposing structure, its stones worn smooth by centuries of weather. A heavy wooden remains etched in my mind, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between the past and the present. The whispers from the well, whether a call for help or a warning, had given me a purpose to uncover more about the village's history, and perhaps bring some peace to those spirits still tethered to that forgotten place. My subsequent visits to local archives and interviews with elder residents unearthed tales of a once thriving community that had suddenly and inexplicably fallen into decline. Stories varied. Some spoke of a disease, others of a natural disaster, but a few older tales hinted at something more sinister, an ancient curse, or a pact gone terribly wrong. These narratives, while fragmented and often contradictory, painted a picture of a community engulfed by fear and superstition, ultimately leading to its isolation and abandonment. Driven by these discoveries, I organized a small team of historians and paranormal researchers to return to the village. Armed with more sophisticated equipment and a deeper understanding of the village's lore, we aimed to document and perhaps interact with any remnants of the past still lingering in those ruins. Upon our return, the village was just as I remembered, silent, desolate, yet charged with an unseen energy. We set up our equipment around the well, which seemed to be the focal point of the paranormal activity. Night fell, and as we gathered around the well, the air grew tense, charged with anticipation. Story 13. The darkness enveloped the highway like a thick shroud, punctuated only by the relentless drumming of rain against my windshield. The torrential downpour seemed to merge with the blackness of the night, blurring the line between reality and the eerie realm of the unknown. But, gripping the steering wheel tightly, I pressed on, the only soul navigating the desolate stretch of road. As my headlights sliced through the veil of rain, illuminating the asphalt in fleeting bursts, I caught sight of a figure ahead. A solitary silhouette, cloaked in a tattered coat, emerged from the obscurity, its form materializing in the dim glow of my headlights. A hitchhiker. Thumb extended in a silent plea for assistance. Instinctively, my foot hovered over the brake pedal, a fleeting impulse to offer aid flickering within me. But caution prevailed as a wave of apprehension washed over me. It was late, the hour ungodly, and the storm showed no signs of relenting. Ignoring the pang of guilt gnawing at my conscience, I accelerated past the lone traveler, casting a quick glance in the rearview mirror as I left him behind. Miles stretched on like an eternity, the rhythmic beat of rain against metal serving as the only soundtrack to my solitary journey. Yet, as the minutes melted into hours, a disconcerting realization began to take root in my mind. Or the hitchhiker. He had appeared again. And again, each time in the same tattered coat, with his thumb outstretched in silent supplication. My heart quickened its pace, a cold sweat prickling at the nape of my neck. How could it be possible? Hadn't I left him far behind in the darkness? The logic of it eluded me, shrouded in the mists of fear and uncertainty. And yet there he was, a haunting specter of the night, eternally bound to this desolate stretch of highway. With trembling hands, I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white with the strain. The rational part of my mind screamed for me to flee, to escape this macabre twist of fate. But the curious allure of the unknown held me in its grip, drawing me inexorably closer to the enigmatic hitchhiker who defied all reason. As I rounded another bend in the road, he appeared once more, his figure illuminated by the ghostly glow of my headlights. This time, however, there was something different about him. A palpable sense of urgency tinged his movements, his outstretched hand trembling in the chill of the night. Driven by a reckless impulse, I slammed on the brakes, bringing my car to a screeching halt by the side of the road. The rain continued its relentless assault, drumming a chaotic rhythm against the metal frame of my vehicle. And yet, amidst the cacophony, there was a deafening silence that enveloped us both. For a fleeting moment, our eyes met across the expanse of darkness, two strangers bound by a shared sense of destiny. And then, without a word spoken between us, he climbed into the passenger seat, his presence a weighty presence in the confined space of the car. We drove on in silence, the only sound the steady thrum of rain against glass. And as the miles blurred together, a strange sense of camaraderie began to form between us, born from the shared solitude of the night. Eventually we reached the outskirts of civilization, the neon glow of streetlights piercing the darkness like beacons of hope. With a nod of gratitude, the hitchhiker vanished into the night, leaving me alone with the echoes of our shared journey. As I drove away, the memory of him lingered like a phantom in the recesses of my mind. And though I may never fully understand the mystery of the haunting hitchhiker, one thing remained clear: some encounters defy explanation, transcending the boundaries of time and space to leave an indelible mark upon the soul. Story 14. As a child, my adventures often led me deep into the woods surrounding our neighborhood. There was something enchanting about the dense foliage, the whispering leaves, and the hidden mysteries waiting to be uncovered. One day, during one of my explorations, I stumbled upon a forgotten playground nestled within the heart of the forest. The playground stood like a relic from another time, its once vibrant colors faded by years of neglect. Rusty swings swayed gently in the breeze, their chains creaking eerily, as if echoing the laughter of children long gone. A dilapidated slide loomed over the overgrown grass, and a weather-beaten merry-go-round sat silently in the center, its paint chipped and peeling. Despite its desolate appearance, there was a strange allure to the abandoned playground. It seemed to beckon me, promising secrets waiting to be discovered. And so, fueled by curiosity and a sense of adventure, I returned to the playground time and time again, eager to uncover its mysteries. Each visit brought new revelations. On sunny days, I would imagine the playground bustling with life, children laughing and playing to their heart's content. But as the clouds rolled in and the rain began to fall, the atmosphere changed. The once cheerful playground took on a sinister aura, and the creaking of the swings sounded more like mournful wails than echoes of joy. It was on one such rainy evening that I witnessed something that froze my blood. I had sought refuge from the downpour beneath the shelter of the old slide, watching the raindrops dance on the surface of the puddles. Suddenly, movement caught my eye, a flicker of movement near the swings. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination. But then I saw them small, muddy footprints leading away from the swings, disappearing into the darkness of the forest. My heart pounded in my chest as I followed the trail, each step filled with a mix of fear and excitement. The footprints led me deeper into the woods, the trees looming ominously overhead. Branches snagged at my clothes, and the underbrush whispered secrets as I pressed forward, determined to uncover the truth behind the mysterious footprints. After what felt like an eternity, the trail abruptly ended at the edge of a clearing. In the center stood a crumbling cottage, its windows boarded up and its roof sagging under the weight of years of neglect. It was a sight straight out of a fairy tale gone wrong, a place of darkness and decay, a stark contrast to the innocence of the playground. With trembling hands, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and decay, and the floorboards groaned beneath my weight. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw them dolls scattered across the room, their glass eyes staring blankly into the distance. But it was the photograph on the mantel that sent shivers down my spine, a group of children, their faces frozen in a moment of frozen time, standing in front of the very playground I had stumbled upon. And among them stood a figure, obscured by shadow, its features twisted into a sinister grin. As realization dawned, I stumbled back in horror. The playground was not abandoned, it was haunted by the ghosts of children long forgotten, trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead, and I unwittingly had stumbled into their domain. With a sense of dread weighing heavily on my heart, I fled the cottage and the playground, vowing never to return. But even now, years later, the memory of that rainy evening and the small, muddy footprints leading into the darkness haunts me still, a reminder of the forgotten playground hidden deep within the woods. Story 15. In the heart of the countryside lies a stretch of woods unlike any other, where the trees stand tall and ancient, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends sharing secrets. Locals call it the Whispering Woods, for it is said that within its leafy confines the trees speak to one another, their murmurs carrying on the wind like echoes from a forgotten time. I first heard tales of the Whispering Woods from my grandmother, who spoke of its mysteries with a mixture of reverence and caution. She warned me never to venture too deep into its depths, for the trees held secrets that were not meant for mortal ears. But curiosity, as it often does, got the better of me, and one stormy night, I found myself walking through the woods, drawn by an irresistible urge to uncover the truth behind the whispers. The rain fell in torrents, each drop drumming a rhythm on the canopy above. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and lightning illuminated the darkness, casting eerie shadows that danced among the trees. Despite the storm, I pressed on, my footsteps muffled by the damp earth beneath my feet. As I walked, the whispers grew louder, the voices of the trees rising above the sound of the rain. It was as if they were calling out to me, beckoning me deeper into their domain. I tried to ignore them, to focus on the path ahead, but their words wormed their way into my mind, filling me with a sense of unease. And then, as if in response to my presence, I heard a soft voice calling my name from the depths of the forest. At first I dismissed it as a trick of the wind, a figment of my imagination. But then it came again, clearer this time, and filled with an otherworldly longing that sent shivers down my spine. I turned to run, to flee back the way I had come, but the voice followed, growing louder and more insistent with each step. It echoed through the trees, bouncing off the ancient trunks and twisting vines until it felt like the very forest itself was calling out to me. Panic seized me then, a primal fear that clawed at my chest and threatened to overwhelm me. I stumbled over roots and fallen branches, my heart pounding in my ears as I fought to escape the relentless pursuit of the whispering woods. But no matter how fast I ran, the voice followed, its haunting melody echoing in the dark recesses of my mind. It spoke of forgotten truths and hidden desires, of dreams long abandoned and promises left unfulfilled. And with each passing moment, its hold on me grew stronger, until it felt like the trees themselves were closing in around me, suffocating me with their secrets. Just when I thought I could run no longer, I burst through the tree line and into the clearing beyond. The rain still fell, but the whispers had faded, replaced by the sound of my ragged breaths and the pounding of my heart. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for air as the storm raged on around me. And as I looked back at the dark expanse of the whispering woods, I knew that I had come perilously close to uncovering the truth behind its mysteries. But some secrets, it seemed, were meant to remain buried, lost to the whispers of the trees and the shadows of the night. Story 16. In the heart of the city, amidst the hustle and bustle of modern life, stands a relic of the past, a crumbling, abandoned hospital, its once grand facade now marred by decay and neglect. For decades, the old building has stood silent and forsaken, a haunting reminder of days long gone. And yet, despite its dilapidated state, whispers of its dark past still linger in the air, weaving tales of tragedy and despair. Legend has it that on rainy nights, when the city is shrouded in mist and the streets lie empty, the ghosts of patients past roam the halls of the abandoned hospital. Their agonized cries echo through the empty corridors, blending with the sound of rain tapping against shattered windows and rattling doors. It is a place of restless spirits and lingering sorrow, where the veil between the worlds of the living and the dead grows thin. As a child, I had heard stories of the abandoned hospital whispered among my friends, a cautionary tale to keep us from straying too far from home after dark. But as the years passed and adolescence beckoned, curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself drawn to the old building like a moth to a flame. It was a stormy night when I finally mustered the courage to explore the abandoned hospital. The rain fell in torrents, the streets slick with moisture as I made my way through the deserted cityscape. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the darkness with its electric glow, and thunder rumbled in the distance like the growl of some unseen beast. Despite the ominous weather, I pressed on, driven by a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The abandoned hospital loomed before me, its windows dark and foreboding against the night sky. With a deep breath, I pushed open the rusted gates and stepped inside, the sound of rain drumming against the roof echoing in my ears. The interior was a maze of crumbling hallways and decaying rooms, the air thick with the musty scent of dampness and decay. Flickering lights cast eerie shadows on the walls, and the faint echo of distant moans filled the air, sending shivers down my spine. I moved cautiously through the deserted corridors, my footsteps echoing in the silence as I explored room after room, each one filled with remnants of the hospital's former life. Broken gurneys littered the hallways, their metal frames twisted and rusted with age, while peeling paint hung in strips from the walls like tattered curtains. As I ventured deeper into the bowels of the abandoned hospital, the sense of unease that had been gnawing at my insides grew stronger. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision, and the air grew colder with each passing moment. And then, just as I was about to turn back and flee the way I had come, I heard a faint whisper, barely audible above the sound of the rain. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I strained to listen. And then it came again, louder this time, a disembodied voice, filled with sorrow and longing, calling out from the darkness. It was the voice of a woman, her words muffled by the passage of time, yet filled with an unmistakable sense of despair. With a sense of dread gnawing in my stomach, I followed the sound of the voice, my footsteps echoing in the empty halls as I searched for its source. And then, as if guided by some unseen force, I found myself standing before a closed door, the wood warped and splintered with age. With trembling hands, I pushed open the door and stepped inside, the air heavy with the scent of mildew and decay. And there, in the center of the room, stood a figure, a woman dressed in a tattered hospital gown, her eyes hollow and empty as she stared into the darkness. For a moment we stood there, locked in a silent exchange, her gaze piercing through me like a knife. And then, with a suddenness that took my breath away, she vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of sadness and regret. With a sense of relief flooding through me, I turned and fled the abandoned hospital, the memory of that fateful encounter burning like a brand in my mind. And though I have never returned to that forsaken place, the echoes of that stormy night continue to haunt me, a reminder of the ghosts that dwell within the walls of the abandoned hospital. Story 17. In the attic of my grandmother's old house, nestled amidst dusty boxes and forgotten treasures, stood an antique mirror, a relic from a bygone era, with a tarnished frame and a surface that seemed to hold secrets within its depths. From the moment I first laid eyes on it, I felt a strange sense of unease, as if the mirror were more than just a simple reflection of reality. My grandmother, a woman of superstition and folklore, always warned me never to look into the mirror, especially on rainy days. She claimed that the reflection wasn't always my own, that there were things lurking in its depths waiting to be unleashed. But I, like any skeptical child, dismissed her warnings as the ramblings of an old woman lost in the past. It was on a stormy afternoon, with rain drumming against the attic windows and thunder rumbling in the distance, that I first dared to defy my grandmother's cautionary tales. Curiosity burned within me like a flame, urging me to uncover the truth behind the mirror's mysterious allure. With hesitant steps, I approached the antique-looking glass, my reflection distorted by the swirling patterns of raindrops on the window pane. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the tarnished frame, before finally giving in to temptation and gazing into its depths. At first, all I saw was my own reflection staring back at me, a familiar face framed by tousled hair and wide, curious eyes. But then, as if by some trick of the light, the image began to waver and distort, twisting into grotesque shapes and contorted forms. I blinked in disbelief, rubbing my eyes in an attempt to clear my vision. But when I looked again, the twisted figure remained, its features twisted into a grimace of pain and despair. It was as if the mirror had captured a glimpse of some otherworldly realm, a place of darkness and torment hidden just beyond the surface. With a gasp, I stumbled back from the mirror, my heart pounding in my chest as a sense of dread washed over me. The figure in the reflection seemed to follow my movements, its empty eyes boring into mine with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. For a moment I stood frozen in fear, unsure of what to do next. Should I flee from the attic and seek refuge in the safety of the world below, or confront the twisted apparition that lurked within the mirror's depths? The choice seemed impossible, each option fraught with its own dangers and uncertainties. And then, as if sensing my hesitation, the figure in the mirror spoke a soft whisper that seemed to emanate from the very depths of my soul. It spoke of forgotten truths and hidden desires, of dreams shattered and promises unkept. And with each word, its grip on me grew stronger, pulling me inexorably closer to the edge of madness. In a desperate bid for escape, I tore my gaze away from the mirror and fled from the attic, the echoes of the figure's haunting whispers following me down the stairs and into the safety of the world below. But even as I left the old house behind, The memory of that stormy afternoon and the twisted figure that lurked within the haunted mirror continued to haunt me, a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the past. Story 18. Nestled on the outskirts of town, shrouded in mist and mystery, lies a lake unlike any other, a place where the waters run deep and dark, and the whispers of the past linger on the breeze. They call it Lake Eldoria, a name whispered in hushed tones by those who dare to speak of its eerie presence. For legend has it that on rainy nights, when the world is cloaked in darkness and the air hangs heavy with the scent of impending storms, the lake transforms into a scene of haunting beauty and unspeakable tragedy. It was on one such stormy evening that I found myself drawn to the shores of Lake Eldoria, the lure of its whispered secrets too strong to resist. The rain fell in sheets, the sky a canvas of swirling gray clouds, and the wind howled like a mournful lament as I made my way through the dense forest that surrounded the lake. As I approached the water's edge, a sense of foreboding washed over me, a feeling that I was trespassing on sacred ground, disturbing the slumber of restless spirits. But curiosity drove me forward, my footsteps muffled by the soggy earth beneath my feet. As I stood on the shore, gazing out across the dark expanse of water, a chill ran down my spine. The surface of the lake rippled and churned, reflecting the tumultuous sky above, and a sense of unease settled over me like a heavy cloak. And then, as if in response to my presence, the waters of Lake Eldoria began to change. At first it was subtle, a faint crimson hue staining the surface, like blood spilled upon a canvas. But then the color deepened, turning the entire lake a deep, vibrant red that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. I watched in awe and horror as the transformation unfolded before my eyes, the rain falling in torrents as if weeping for the souls lost to the depths below. And then from the heart of the lake came a sound, a mournful wail that echoed across the water, sending shivers down my spine. They say it's the spirits of those who drowned there, forever trapped beneath the surface, their anguished cries rising from the depths to haunt the living. And as I stood on the shore, listening to the eerie symphony of sorrow, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the lost souls who dwelled within the waters of Lake Eldoria. But even as I contemplated the tragedy that had befallen them, a sense of dread crept over me, a feeling that I was not alone, that unseen eyes watched from the darkness, waiting to claim me as their own. And then, without warning, the surface of the lake erupted in a fury of foam and spray, and from the depths rose a pair of icy hands, reaching out towards me with a desperate, longing grasp. I stumbled back in horror, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized the true nature of the lake's lament. The spirits of Lake Eldoria were not content to remain beneath the surface. They sought to claim the living, to drag them down into the watery depths and join them in their eternal torment. With a cry of terror, I turned and fled from the shore, the sound of mournful wails echoing in my ears as I raced through the forest, the rain pelting down upon me like tears of the damned. And though I escaped that fateful encounter with the spirits of Lake Eldoria, the memory of that stormy night and the icy hands reaching up from the depths continues to haunt me, a reminder of the dangers that lurk in the shadows of the world. Story 19. In the heart of the bustling town square, amidst the hustle and bustle of everyday life, stands a statue unlike any other, a monument to a forgotten past, shrouded in mystery and surrounded by whispers of dark secrets. Its stone form towers over the square, a silent sentinel watching over the people below with eyes that seem to hold untold depths of sorrow and despair. They call it the Sinister Statue, a name whispered in hushed tones by those who dare to speak of its curse. For legend has it that anyone who gazes into its stone eyes during a rainstorm will be consumed by an unexplainable dread, a sense of terror that grips the soul and refuses to let go. I first heard of the statue's curse from the old-timers in town, who spoke of it with a mixture of fear and fascination. They warned me to steer clear of the town square during rainstorms, to avoid the gaze of the sinister statue at all costs. But like any curious soul, I laughed off their warnings as the ramblings of superstitious minds, convinced that there was nothing to fear from a mere statue. It was on a stormy afternoon, with dark clouds swirling overhead and the sound of thunder rumbling in the distance, that I found myself standing before the sinister statue in the town square. The rain fell in a steady drizzle, casting a gloomy pall over the bustling streets, and a sense of unease settled over me as I approached the imposing figure. Despite the warnings of the townsfolk, I couldn't resist the urge to see the statue for myself, to gaze into its stone eyes and uncover the truth behind its sinister reputation. And so, with a mixture of trepidation and excitement, I stepped closer to the base of the monument, my eyes fixed on the weathered face that loomed above me. At first, all seemed quiet, and still, the rain pattering against the stone, the wind whispering through the trees. But then, as if sensing my presence, the statue seemed to come to life, its features twisting into a grotesque grimace that sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to tear my gaze away, to break free from the statue's hold, but it was as if I were trapped in a trance, unable to move or look away. And then, without warning, the rain began to fall harder, the sound of it echoing in my ears like 1,000 whispers of doom. As the rain intensified, so too did the sense of dread that gripped me, a feeling of impending doom that seemed to seep into my very bones. I could feel the statue's eyes boring into me, their gaze piercing through the darkness and into the depths of my soul. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, the statue spoke a soft, sinister whisper that seemed to emanate from the very depths of my mind. It spoke of forgotten sins and buried secrets, of horrors long since past and nightmares yet to come. With a cry of terror, I stumbled back from the statue, my heart pounding in my chest as I fought to break free from its grasp. But the harder I struggled, the stronger its hold became, until it felt as if I were drowning in a sea of fear and despair. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the spell was broken, the rain stopped, the wind died down, and the statue's eyes returned to their lifeless stare. I stumbled away from the town square, my mind reeling from the ordeal I had just endured, vowing never to return to that cursed place again. But even now, as I try to put the memory of that fateful day behind me, I can't shake the feeling that the sinister statue still watches from its perch in the town square, its eyes filled with a darkness that no storm could ever hope to dispel. Story 20. In the quiet solitude of my late aunt's estate, nestled amidst the rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay a treasure trove of forgotten relics, a testament to a life lived long ago, steeped in mystery and intrigue. Among the dusty trinkets and faded photographs, there stood one object that captured my attention, a porcelain doll, delicate and beautiful, with eyes that seemed to follow me wherever I went. I had inherited the doll upon my aunt's passing, a gift from beyond the grave that left me both fascinated and unnerved. There was something about its lifelike gaze that sent shivers down my spine, as if it held secrets too dark to be revealed. At first, I kept the doll locked away in a forgotten corner of the estate, its presence a constant reminder of my late aunt's eccentricities. But as time passed and the memories of her faded, I found myself drawn to the doll's haunting beauty, unable to resist the pull of its silent allure. It was on stormy nights, when the wind howled like a banshee and the rain beat against the windows with relentless fury, that the doll came to life in ways I could never have imagined. I would lie awake in bed, the darkness pressing in around me, and listen as the soft pitter-patter of tiny feet danced across the hardwood floor. At first, I dismissed the sound as a trick of the imagination, a figment of my weary mind conjured by the eerie atmosphere of the storm. But as the nights wore on and the phenomenon persisted, I could no longer deny the truth that lay before me. The doll was alive, or at least it seemed to be. For whenever the storm raged outside, its porcelain form would stir, as if awakened by some unseen force, and begin to move with a grace and fluidity that defied explanation. I would watch in silent awe as the doll danced across the room, its delicate limbs twisting and turning in a macabre display of beauty and grace. Its porcelain eyes would gleam in the dim light, seeming to glimmer with a life of their own, and its haunting laughter would echo through the darkness like a melody from some long-forgotten dream. I tried to rationalize what I was witnessing to convince myself that it was nothing more than a cleverly crafted mechanism or an elaborate hoax. But deep down, I knew that the doll's movements were far too fluid, its laughter far too real, to be explained away so easily. And so, night after night, I would lie in bed and listen to the doll's eerie dance, transfixed by its silent performance and the mysteries it held within its porcelain form. Part of me was terrified of what the doll might be capable of, that its seemingly innocent movements might harbor darker intentions lurking beneath the surface. But another part of me was drawn to the doll's haunting beauty, its silent presence a comforting reminder of the life that once filled my aunt's estate. And so, despite the fear that gnawed at my insides, I found myself unable to tear myself away from the mesmerizing spectacle unfolding before me. As the years passed and the storms grew more frequent, the doll's dance became a regular occurrence, a nightly ritual that filled the air with an eerie sense of anticipation. And though I knew that its movements held a darkness that I could never hope to understand, I couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the companionship it offered in those lonely, stormy nights. In the end, it was the doll's laughter that haunted me the most, a sound so sweet and innocent, yet tinged with a sadness that seemed to echo through the empty halls of my aunt's estate. It was a reminder of the fleeting nature of life, and the beauty that could be found in even the darkest of places, a lesson that I would carry with me long after the storm had passed. Story 21. It was a revelation that shook me to my core, challenging everything I thought I knew about the world and the forces that govern it. For in that fleeting moment of terror, I had glimpsed a truth that transcended the boundaries of reason, a truth that whispered of ancient evils and forgotten nightmares lurking just beyond the edge of perception. As the days turned into weeks, and the memory of the shadowy figure faded into the recesses of my mind, I tried to resume a sense of normalcy, to go about my daily life as if nothing had changed. But no matter how hard I tried to push it aside, the memory of that fateful night lingered like a specter, haunting my every waking moment and casting a shadow over even the simplest of tasks. I became obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the shadowy figure, researching ancient texts and delving into the depths of folklore in search of answers that seemed forever out of reach. But the more I searched, the more elusive the truth became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand in a desert storm. And then, just when I had all but given up hope of ever finding answers, a chance encounter led me to an old, dusty tome hidden away in the back corner of a forgotten bookstore, an ancient grimoire filled with secrets that had long been lost to the annals of time. As I pored over its pages, my heart pounding with excitement and trepidation, I stumbled upon a passage that sent a chill down my spine, a passage that spoke of shadowy entities that dwell in the darkness, feeding on the fear and despair of the living. According to the text, these entities are ancient beings, born from the primordial chaos that existed before the dawn of time. They exist on the fringes of reality, lurking in the shadows and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I realized then that the shadowy figure I had encountered was not a mere figment of my imagination, but a manifestation of something far more sinister, a creature of darkness that had slipped through the veil between worlds and into the realm of the living. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I vowed to uncover the truth behind the shadowy figure and put an end to its reign of terror once and for all. But as I delved deeper into the mysteries of the ancient grimoire, I realized that the task ahead would not be easy, for the creature I sought was powerful beyond measure, its origins steeped in darkness and its motives shrouded in secrecy. And so, armed with nothing but my wits and the knowledge contained within the pages of the ancient tome, I set out on a quest to confront the shadowy figure and banish it from this world forever. But whether I succeed or fail, one thing is certain: the memory of that fateful night will haunt me until the end of days, a reminder of the darkness that lurks in the shadows and the dangers that lie hidden just beyond the edge of perception. Story 22. Once upon a time, amidst the bustling streets of a quaint town tucked away in the folds of history, there stood an old bookstore, its facade weathered by time, its windows adorned with faded letters announcing the treasures hidden within. It was a place where the scent of old parchment mingled with the faint aroma of ancient secrets, drawing in those who sought knowledge beyond the mundane. It was on a dreary afternoon, when the rain tapped gently against the window panes and the sky was shrouded in gray, that I stumbled upon this forgotten sanctuary of literature. The door creaked open as I stepped inside, the bell above chiming softly to announce my arrival. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper, and the dim light from flickering candles cast eerie shadows upon the shelves. My eyes scanned the rows of books, each one seeming to whisper tales of centuries past. And then, as if drawn by an unseen force, my gaze fell upon a corner of the store, where a solitary tome lay nestled amidst a pile of dusty tomes. It was bound in cracked leather, its pages yellowed with age, and upon its cover was etched a strange symbol that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Intrigued, I reached out and gently brushed my fingers across the cover, feeling a shiver run down my spine at the touch. Ignoring the ominous warnings that seemed to emanate from its very essence, I carefully lifted the book from its resting place and cradled it in my hands. The title, embossed in faded gold letters, read "The Cursed Book." With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, I opened the tome and began to read aloud the cryptic symbols that adorned its pages. As the words escaped my lips, I felt a strange sensation wash over me, as if the very air around me had grown thick with an unseen presence. And then before my eyes, the words began to shimmer and dance upon the page, weaving themselves into a twisted tapestry of dark incantations. I tried to look away, to tear my gaze from the cursed text that held me captive, but it was as if some unseen force compelled me to continue reading. And with each passing word, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper, until it felt as though I stood on the precipice of some unfathomable abyss. And then, with a deafening roar, the room seemed to implode upon itself, the very fabric of reality tearing asunder as a rift opened before me. From its depths emerged a horde of malevolent spirits, their eyes burning with an unholy fire as they swept forth from the shadows, their twisted forms writhing and contorting in the flickering candlelight. I tried to scream, to flee from the nightmarish scene unfolding before me, but I found myself rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a fear unlike anything I had ever known. And as the spirits closed in around me, their icy touch sending shivers down my spine, I knew that I had unleashed a force beyond my comprehension, a darkness that hungered for nothing less than my very soul. But just as all hope seemed lost, a voice echoed through the chaos, cutting through the clamor like a beacon of light in the abyss. It was the voice of an old man, the proprietor of the bookstore, his words resonating with a power that seemed to push back against the encroaching darkness. With the final surge of strength, I tore my gaze from the cursed book and reached out towards the old man, his outstretched hand a lifeline in the sea of chaos. And as our fingers touched, I felt a surge of energy pass between us, a force of pure light that banished the shadows and sent the malevolent spirits fleeing back into the depths from whence they came. As the rift closed behind them, leaving the room bathed in the soft glow of candlelight once more, the old man helped me to my feet and led me away from the cursed tome, that had nearly consumed me. And as we emerged into the cool evening air, I knew that I had been spared from a fate worse than death, saved by the timely intervention of a stranger whose name I may never know. And though the memory of that fateful encounter would haunt me for the rest of my days, I vowed never again to succumb to the temptation of forbidden knowledge, lest I risk unleashing a darkness that even the bravest soul could not hope to overcome. For in the end, some secrets are best left buried in the annals of time, their power too great for mortal hands to wield. Story 23. The rain poured relentlessly from the heavens, drumming a haunting melody upon the crumbling walls of the abandoned mansion that stood as a silent sentinel on the outskirts of town. Its once grand facade now marred by time and neglect, the mansion exuded an aura of melancholy that seemed to seep into the very soul of anyone who dared to venture near. But despite the warnings whispered among the townsfolk of the tragedy and loss that had befallen those who dared to tread within its decaying walls, I found myself drawn to the mansion on that stormy night. Perhaps it was the lure of the unknown, or the desire to unravel the mysteries that lay hidden within its shadowed halls. Whatever the reason, I could not resist the pull of curiosity that beckoned me forth into the darkness. As I approached the imposing structure, the whispers grew louder, their ethereal voices swirling around me like a ghostly chorus. They spoke of lives cut short, of sorrow and despair that lingered in the air long after the rain had stopped. And yet, despite the eerie warnings that echoed through the night, I pressed onward, my footsteps echoing against the cobblestone path that led to the mansion's grand entrance. With trembling hands, I pushed open the heavy oak door and stepped into the foyer, the musty scent of decay mingling with the dampness of the storm outside. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water from a leaky ceiling above. I hesitated for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest as I surveyed the dilapidated surroundings. The once opulent furnishings lay in ruins, their faded grandeur now a mere shadow of their former glory. Dust motes danced in the dim light that filtered through cracked windows, casting eerie shadows upon the walls. But it was not the sight of the decaying mansion that sent a shiver down my spine, nor the musty smell of neglect that permeated the air. No, it was the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes that bore into my very soul with an intensity that made my skin crawl. With each step I took, the whispers grew louder, their words a cacophony of sorrow and regret. They spoke of a family torn apart by tragedy, of souls trapped within the decaying walls of the mansion, their restless spirits condemned to wander for all eternity. Despite the growing sense of unease that gnawed at my senses, I pressed onward, driven by a curiosity that bordered on obsession. I wandered through the labyrinthine corridors of the mansion, my footsteps echoing in the empty halls as I searched for answers to the mysteries that lay hidden within. And then, just as I began to fear that I was truly alone in the darkness, I heard a faint sound that sent a chill down my spine. It was the sound of laughter, echoing through the halls like a ghostly whisper. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest as I turned corner after corner, until at last I came upon a grand ballroom bathed in moonlight. And there, standing amidst the shadows, was a figure, a woman, her ethereal form illuminated by the pale glow of the moon. She turned to me, her eyes shining with an otherworldly light as she beckoned me forth with a ghostly hand. And as I approached, the whispers that had plagued me since my arrival fell silent, replaced by the sound of her voice, a voice filled with longing and sorrow, yet tinged with a hint of something else, something darker. She spoke of a love lost to the ravages of time, of a family torn apart by greed and betrayal. And as she recounted the tragic tale of her demise, I felt a pang of empathy stir within my heart, a deep-seated sorrow for the suffering she had endured, trapped within the decaying walls of the mansion for countless years. But even as I listened to her story, a sense of unease crept over me, a feeling that there was more to her tale than met the eye. And as the echoes of her voice faded into the darkness, I realized with a start that I was not alone in the ballroom. From the shadows emerged figures, shadowy specters with eyes that gleamed with an unholy light. They surrounded me, their ghostly forms twisting and writhing in the moonlight as they closed in around me, their laughter echoing through the ballroom like a sinister melody. I tried to flee, to escape the clutches of the malevolent spirits that now held me captive within their grasp. But it was no use. I was ensnared, trapped within the darkness of the mansion's decaying walls, my fate now inexorably intertwined with that of the restless souls who haunted its halls. And as the whispers of the mansion's tragic past swirled around me, I knew that I would never escape the eerie echoes that lingered in the air long after the rain had stopped. For in the depths of the abandoned mansion, time stood still, and the spirits of the past held sway over all who dared to tread within its haunted halls. Story 24. The rain pounded against the window panes with relentless fury, the sound a constant drumbeat echoing through the empty rooms of my apartment. It was a stormy evening, the kind where the world outside seemed to blur into a hazy mess of shadows and whispers. And it was on this dreary night that I received a voicemail that would change everything. I had been curled up on the couch, a cup of tea cradled in my hands as I watched the rain lash against the glass, when my phone buzzed with an incoming call. With a sigh, I reached for it, expecting it to be just another automated message or a telemarketer trying to sell me something I didn't need. But when I saw the name Laura flash across the screen, my heart skipped a beat. Laura was an old friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in years. We had drifted apart after college, our lives taking us in different directions, but there had always been a bond between us, a connection that time couldn't erase. With trembling fingers, I tapped the screen to listen to the voicemail, my breath catching in my throat as I heard Laura's voice, a voice tinged with fear and desperation. "Hey, it's me," she said, her words rushed and frantic. "I need to talk to you. It's about him. He's not who he says he is. Please, call me back as soon as you can. I don't know who else to turn to." But before she could finish, the line went dead, the sound of the rain muffling her words until they were almost inaudible. My heart raced as I listened, a cold dread settling in the pit of my stomach. What could have happened to Laura? And who was this mysterious man she spoke of? Without hesitation, I tried to call her back, my fingers trembling as I waited for her to pick up. But instead of hearing her voice on the other end, all I got was a cold electronic voice informing me that the number I had dialed was no longer in service. Panic gripped me as I tried again and again to reach her, each attempt met with the same empty silence. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a cryptic message and a sense of foreboding that lingered in the air like a shadow. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me since receiving Laura's voicemail. I tried to push it to the back of my mind as I went about my daily routine, but her words echoed in my thoughts, haunting me with their unanswered questions. It wasn't until later that evening, when I decided to do some digging online, that I discovered the truth. A news article caught my eye, a headline that sent a chill down my spine. "Local woman found dead in apparent homicide," it read, accompanied by a photo of Laura's smiling face. My heart stopped as I read the details of the article, my hands trembling as I scrolled through the grim details. According to the police report, Laura had been found dead in her apartment 2 weeks prior, the victim of an apparent homicide. The article didn't offer much in the way of details, only that the investigation was ongoing and no suspects had been apprehended. But as I stared at the screen, a sinking feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. Laura's voicemail suddenly took on a new significance, her words now a chilling warning from beyond the grave. She had known something was wrong, had reached out to me for help, but by the time I received her message, it was already too late. I couldn't shake the feeling that Laura's death was somehow connected to the mysterious man she had mentioned in her voicemail. But who was he? And what had he done to her? Determined to find answers, I delved deeper into Laura's past, searching for any clues that might shed light on the events leading up to her death. I scoured social media profiles, reached out to mutual friends, and even visited places she frequented in the hopes of uncovering the truth. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became. It was as if Laura's life had been shrouded in secrecy, her true self hidden behind a carefully crafted facade. And try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. As the days turned into weeks, I became consumed by my quest for answers, my obsession bordering on madness. I couldn't rest until I had uncovered the truth, until I had avenged Laura's death and brought her killer to justice. But just when I thought I was close to unraveling the mystery, disaster struck. I received a package in the mail, a small, nondescript box containing a single object, a blood-stained knife. My hands trembled as I gingerly lifted the knife from its resting place, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized the gravity of what I held in my hands. It was the murder weapon, the same one used to end Laura's life in cold blood. Panic surged through me as I frantically searched for any clue as to who had sent the package, but there was nothing, no fingerprints, no return address, nothing to identify the sender. It was as if the knife had materialized out of thin air, a grim reminder of the danger that lurked in the shadows. With trembling hands, I contacted the police, turning over the knife and recounting everything that had happened since receiving Laura's voicemail. But even as I spoke to the detectives, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was listening to every word I said, waiting to strike when I least expected it. Days turned into weeks, and still, the investigation yielded no answers. The trail grew cold, the leads drying up one by one until there was nothing left but silence. And as the days stretched into months, I began to lose hope of ever finding justice for Laura, of ever uncovering the truth behind her tragic death. But just when I thought all was lost, a breakthrough came, one that would change everything. A witness had come forward, someone who claimed to have seen the mysterious man with Laura on the night of her death. And as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, I realized with a sinking feeling that the answer had been staring me in the face all along. The man Laura had spoken of in her voicemail, the one who wasn't who he appeared to be, was someone I knew, someone I trusted, someone who had been by my side all along. As the truth came crashing down around me, I felt a cold dread settle in the pit of my stomach. How could I have been so blind, so naive to trust someone who had been capable of such evil? And as I looked into the eyes of the man I had once called friend, I knew that justice would be served, even if it meant facing the darkness that lurked within my own heart. But as I watched him being led away in handcuffs, a sense of emptiness washed over me, a hollow ache that no amount of closure could fill. For Laura was gone, her life cut short by the actions of someone she had once trusted, and no amount of justice could ever bring her back. As I stood alone in the rain-soaked streets, the echoes of Laura's voice haunted me, her words a solemn reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that lurked in the hearts of men. And as I turned to walk away, I knew that her memory would live on, a beacon of light in the darkness, guiding me forward on a path of redemption and healing. Story 25. The rain poured down in sheets, obscuring the road ahead and turning the windshield into a blurred canvas of water and light. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles white with tension as I navigated through the unfamiliar countryside. It was late, and I had stayed too long at the party, losing track of time in the warmth of laughter and conversation. But now, as I drove through the darkened landscape, the glow of the headlights barely piercing the gloom, I realized just how lost I was. The GPS on my phone had long since lost signal, leaving me to rely on my own sense of direction, a sense that seemed to falter with each passing mile. And then, just when I thought I couldn't possibly be any more lost, I saw a turnoff, barely visible through the veil of rain, leading onto an old, neglected road. Without thinking, I veered onto the muddy path, the tires slipping and sliding on the slick surface as I pressed forward into the darkness. The road was narrow, bordered on either side by overgrown weeds and tangled underbrush. Dilapidated houses loomed in the distance, their windows dark and empty, their roofs sagging with neglect. It was as if I had stumbled upon a forgotten corner of the world, a place untouched by time and untouched by life. As I drove, a sense of unease settled over me, a feeling that I was trespassing in a place where I did not belong. And as I glanced in my rearview mirror, I saw them shadowy figures standing in the windows of the abandoned houses, their eyes watching me with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched as I continued down the road, but the sense of unease only grew stronger with each passing moment. It was as if the very air around me was alive with the whispers of the past, the echoes of forgotten lives that lingered in the shadows. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, the road ended abruptly, petering out into a muddy field that stretched as far as the eye could see. Confused and disoriented, I brought the car to a stop, the engine idling softly as I surveyed my surroundings. But there was nothing, no sign of the road I had been driving on just moments before, no trace of the dilapidated houses or the shadowy figures that had watched me from the windows. It was as if the road had never existed, as if I had imagined the whole thing in a moment of delirium. Shaken, I turned the car around and drove back the way I had come, my heart pounding in my chest as I searched for any sign of the road I had taken. But no matter how far I drove, I found nothing but endless fields and empty countryside, the rain pounding against the roof of the car in a steady rhythm. It wasn't until the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon that I finally found my way back to familiar territory. Exhausted and disoriented, I made my way home, the events of the night swirling in my mind like a half-remembered dream. But as the days passed and life returned to normal, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that the road I had taken had been more than just a wrong turn, that it had been a glimpse into a world beyond our own, a world where the past and present blurred together in a haunting symphony of forgotten dreams. Unable to let go of the mystery that had consumed me, I returned to the countryside, determined to find answers to the questions that lingered in my mind. But when I reached the spot where the road had once been, all I found was an unbroken field, the mud-slick path erased by the passage of time. Frustrated and confused, I searched for anyone who could shed light on the strange road that had appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But no one seemed to know anything, not the locals, not the historians, not even the old-timers who had lived in the area for generations. It was as if the road had never existed, as if it had been nothing more than a figment of my imagination, a trick of the light, a product of my own overactive mind. But try as I might to rationalize it away, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story, that the road held secrets too deep and too dark to be easily dismissed. And so I returned to the countryside time and time again, searching for the road that had vanished without a trace. But no matter how hard I looked, I never found it again, leaving me to wonder if it had ever truly existed at all, or if it had simply been a fleeting glimpse into a world beyond our own, a world of forgotten dreams and lost memories, hidden just beyond the edge of reality. Story 26. The rain fell in a relentless torrent, hammering against the windshield of my car as I drove down the desolate stretch of highway. The sky was a blanket of dark clouds, the horizon shrouded in mist and shadows. With each passing mile, the rain seemed to grow heavier, the visibility dwindling to almost nothing. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the road stretching out before me like an endless ribbon of asphalt. But as the rain showed no signs of letting up, and the darkness of night began to descend upon the landscape, I knew I needed to find shelter somewhere to wait out the storm until it was safe to continue on my journey. That's when I spotted a dimly lit sign flickering in the distance, barely visible through the haze of rain and fog. Diner, it read, the letters faded and worn with age. With a sense of relief flooding through me, I veered off the highway and pulled into the parking lot, the tires splashing through puddles as I came to a stop in front of the roadside eatery. As I stepped out of the car, I was greeted by the sound of rain drumming against the metal roof of the diner, the noise a comforting symphony amidst the storm. Pushing open the door, I stepped inside, the warm glow of fluorescent lights washing over me as I entered the cozy interior. But as I glanced around the diner, I couldn't help but notice how eerily quiet it was. The other patrons, all seated at booths or tables scattered throughout the room, sat in silence, their faces hidden behind newspapers or staring blankly ahead with vacant eyes. None of them moved or spoke, their presence lending an air of surrealism to the otherwise mundane surroundings. Ignoring the unsettling atmosphere, I made my way to an empty booth near the back of the diner and slid into the cracked vinyl seat. A waitress appeared seemingly out of nowhere, her expression blank as she handed me a menu without a word. I thanked her, but she merely nodded in response before drifting away into the shadows. I glanced down at the menu, but my appetite had vanished along with my sense of ease. Instead, I found myself staring at the words on the page without really seeing them, my mind preoccupied with the strangeness of the situation. What was wrong with the other patrons? And why did the diner feel like a place out of time, a place where reality seemed to bend and warp with each passing moment? Lost in thought, I barely noticed when the waitress returned to take my order. I ordered a coffee black, no sugar, and watched as she scribbled it down on her pad before disappearing into the depths of the diner once more. Minutes ticked by, but my coffee failed to materialize. I glanced around the diner, my unease growing with each passing moment. The other patrons remained motionless, their eyes fixed on nothingness, as if trapped in some kind of trance. And as I watched them, a sense of dread settled in the pit of my stomach, a feeling that I was not alone in the darkness, that something unseen lurked just beyond the edge of my perception. Just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, a voice broke through the silence, a voice that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Time is relative, it whispered, its words echoing through the diner like a ghostly refrain. Minutes become hours, hours become days, and yet time stands still. Startled, I looked around the diner, but there was no one there, no one except for the other patrons, who remained as motionless and silent as before. And yet, the voice lingered in the air, its presence a palpable weight upon my senses. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, I pushed myself to my feet and made my way to the exit, the sound of rain still drumming against the roof of the diner, as if mocking my futile attempt to escape. But when I reached for the door handle, it refused to budge, as if locked from the other side. Panic surged through me as I rattled the handle, but it was no use. The door remained firmly shut, trapping me inside the diner with its silent occupants and unseen horrors. Desperate now, I turned to the other patrons, but they remained unmoved, their hollow eyes following my every move with unnerving precision. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, the rain began to subside, the sound of its steady rhythm fading into the distance like a distant memory. With a surge of adrenaline, I threw myself against the door, my body straining against the weight of whatever force held it shut. And then, with a sudden jolt, The door swung open, flooding the diner with the cool night air and the sound of chirping crickets. Without looking back, I stumbled outside, the rain-soaked pavement slick beneath my feet as I ran for my car, my heart pounding in my chest as if trying to escape the confines of my chest. It wasn't until I was safely back on the road, the diner disappearing into the rearview mirror behind me, that I realized just how much time had passed. Hours had turned into minutes, minutes into seconds, and yet it felt like I had been trapped in that nightmarish place for an eternity. Shaken to the core, I drove on, the memory of the diner and its silent patrons etched into my mind like a scar upon my soul. And as I left the storm behind me and continued on my journey into the unknown, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had glimpsed something beyond the veil of reality, something dark and sinister that lurked just beyond the edge of perception, waiting to ensnare unsuspecting travelers in its grasp. Story 27. The rain fell in a relentless deluge, each droplet a miniature explosion as it collided with the pavement below. I trudged through the storm, my umbrella offering little protection against the onslaught of water. It was the kind of rain that seemed to seep into your bones, soaking you through to the core. As I walked, the world around me blurred into a hazy mess of lights and shadows, the street lamps casting a dim glow upon the slick pavement. Puddles formed on the sidewalk, each one a dark mirror reflecting the world above. And it was in these puddles that I first saw him, a man walking behind me, his figure obscured by the veil of rain. At first I thought nothing of it, dismissing the figure and the reflection as a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. But as I continued on my way, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes boring into the back of my skull. Glancing over my shoulder, I expected to see someone walking behind me, their footsteps echoing in the rain-soaked streets. But there was no one there, just the empty expanse of sidewalk stretching out behind me, devoid of any sign of life. Shaking off the sense of unease that had settled over me, I quickened my pace, eager to reach the sanctuary of my home and escape the eerie feeling that had plagued me since setting out into the storm. But no matter how fast I walked, the figure and the reflections remained, a silent specter haunting my every step. With each puddle I passed, the man seemed to draw closer, his presence looming larger in the murky depths of the water. And as I glanced into each reflection, I could feel his eyes upon me, cold and unyielding, watching my every move with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. By the time I reached my house, the rain had soaked through my clothes, leaving me chilled to the bone. Fumbling with my keys, I unlocked the door and stepped inside, relief flooding through me as I shut out the storm behind me. But as I glanced into the hallway mirror, I froze. There, standing behind me in the reflection, was the man, the same figure I had seen in the puddles, his features obscured by the mist and rain. My heart pounding in my chest, I spun around, expecting to find him lurking in the shadows behind me. But the hallway was empty, the only sound the steady drip, 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 drip of water from my sodden clothes. Panic surged through me as I raced through the house, checking every room and every corner for any sign of the intruder. But there was no one there, just me, alone in the darkness with my racing thoughts and the memory of the man who had haunted my every step. Locking the door behind me, I retreated to the safety of my bedroom, the rain still drumming against the windows like an ominous drumbeat. I peered out into the street below, searching for any sign of the mysterious figure who had followed me home, but the storm had driven away all but the bravest souls, leaving the street deserted and empty. As I watched, the minutes stretched into hours, but there was no sign of the man who had haunted my every step. Had he been nothing more than a figment of my imagination, a trick of the light brought on by the storm? Or was he something more? Something darker and more sinister than I could ever imagine? Unable to shake the feeling of unease that clung to me like a second skin, I spent the rest of the night huddled under the covers, my mind racing with unanswered questions. And as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I finally drifted off into an uneasy sleep, haunted by the memory of the man in the reflections and the knowledge that he could still be out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When I awoke the next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean by the rain. But as I stepped outside and glanced into the puddles that lined the sidewalk, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man was still out there somewhere, his presence lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to resurface when I least expected it. Story 28. The old bridge stretched out before me, its weathered timbers creaking and groaning under the weight of my footsteps. The rain fell in a steady drizzle, casting a gray veil over the landscape and turning the world into a blurred tapestry of mist and shadow. I had crossed this bridge countless times before, its arching expanse spanning the river below like a silent sentinel guarding the secrets of the forest beyond. But on this particular evening, as the rain began to fall harder and the darkness of night descended upon the land, the bridge seemed to take on a new and unfamiliar guise, a place where reality and illusion blurred together in a dance of light and shadow. Halfway across the bridge, I saw a car, stopped dead in the middle of the road, its doors flung wide open to the elements. Rain poured inside, drenching the seats and dashboard in a deluge of water. For a moment I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest as I wondered what could have brought the car to such an abrupt halt in the middle of the storm. "Hello," I called out, my voice swallowed by the sound of rain drumming against the metal roof of the bridge. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" But there was no reply, only the sound of the rain, echoing through the empty expanse of the bridge like a mournful lament. With a sense of trepidation, I continued forward, my footsteps echoing against the damp wood as I approached the abandoned car. As I drew nearer, a feeling of unease settled over me, a sense that something was not quite right about the situation. The car sat silent and still, its headlights casting long shadows across the rain-soaked road. And yet there was no sign of its occupants, no sound of voices, no movement from within. With a deep breath, I reached out and placed a hand on the hood of the car, the metal cool and slick beneath my fingers. "Is anyone in there?" I called out again, my voice barely a whisper in the midst of the storm. And then, just as suddenly as it had stopped, the car started a low rumble of the engine, followed by the blinding glare of headlights as they pierced through the darkness. I staggered back, shielding my eyes from the sudden onslaught of light as the car lurched forward and drove off into the night, leaving behind nothing but the sound of its fading engine and the steady patter of rain against the river below. For a moment I stood there in stunned silence, my heart racing in my chest as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Who had been driving the car? And why had they stopped in the middle of the bridge, only to drive off without a word? Unable to shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the air, I continued across the bridge, my footsteps quickening with each passing moment as I sought to put distance between myself and the strange encounter. But no matter how fast I walked, the memory of the abandoned car and its mysterious disappearance haunted me, casting a pall over the rest of my journey home. When I finally reached the other side of the bridge, I paused for a moment to catch my breath, the rain still falling in a steady drizzle as it painted the world in shades of gray. And as I looked back at the bridge stretching out behind me, I couldn't help but wonder what other secrets it held, what other mysteries lay hidden within its weathered timbers and ancient stones. But try as I might to unravel the enigma of the abandoned car and its sudden disappearance, the answers remained elusive, lost in the mists of the storm and the depths of the river below. And as I turned away and continued on my journey home, I knew that some mysteries were not meant to be solved, that some stories were best left untold, forever shrouded in the veil of the night. Story 29. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels against the tracks provided a lulling background noise as I settled into my seat, grateful for the shelter from the storm raging outside. The late hour had emptied the train car of its usual bustling crowds, leaving only a handful of passengers scattered throughout, each lost in their own thoughts or dozing off to the gentle sway of the train. I glanced out of the window, the raindrops streaking against the glass like tears shed by the stormy night. Lightning flashed in the distance, illuminating the landscape in brief, flickering bursts of light, before fading back into darkness once more. It was the kind of night that seemed to belong to another world, a world of shadows and secrets, where reality blurred and twisted with each passing moment. As the train continued on its journey, the gentle rocking motion of the carriage lulled me into a state of drowsiness, my eyelids growing heavy as I fought to keep myself awake. But despite my best efforts, sleep eventually overtook me, pulling me into its comforting embrace as the world outside faded into darkness. When I awoke, it was to a strange and unsettling silence, a silence that seemed to envelop the entire train car in its icy grip. Blinking groggily, I glanced around, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized that I was alone, the other passengers nowhere to be seen, their seats empty and abandoned. Confusion swirled in my mind as I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had I missed my stop? Had everyone else gotten off while I slept? But as I peered out of the window, the sight that greeted me only deepened my sense of unease. The train was stopped at a station I didn't recognize, its name blurred and distorted by the relentless onslaught of rain. I strained to make out the letters, but they danced and shifted in the dim light, refusing to reveal their secrets. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I rose from my seat and made my way to the door, my footsteps echoing loudly in the empty carriage. I pulled the handle and stepped out onto the rain-soaked platform, the cold night air sending a shiver down my spine as I surveyed my surroundings. The station was deserted, its platforms empty and devoid of life. The only sound was the steady patter of rain against the roof, a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the empty space like a mournful lament. I waited, expecting anyone to appear, but no one did. Minutes stretched into hours, but still, the station remained eerily still, its silence broken only by the occasional rumble of thunder in the distance. With a growing sense of unease, I returned to the train, the doors sliding shut behind me with a finality that sent a chill down my spine. I sank back into my seat, my mind racing with unanswered questions. Where had everyone gone? And why had the train stopped at this strange and desolate station? As the hours passed, I tried to occupy myself with distractions, a book, a crossword puzzle, but my thoughts kept returning to the mystery of the empty train and the deserted station. It was as if I had stumbled into another world, a world where time stood still and reality warped and twisted with each passing moment. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take the silence any longer, the train shuddered to life, its engines roaring to life with a deafening roar. With a sense of relief flooding through me, I watched as the station faded into the distance, swallowed up by the darkness of the night. But even as the train hurtled forward, carrying me away from the strange and unsettling place, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, that unseen eyes followed my every move, lurking in the shadows just beyond the edge of my perception. And as the rain continued to fall, casting a veil of darkness over the world outside, I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever truly escape the mystery of the last train, the train that had carried me into the heart of the storm and left me stranded in a world of silence and shadows. Story 30. The decision to escape the chaos of the city and retreat to a remote cabin nestled deep in the woods had seemed like a stroke of brilliance, a chance to disconnect from the frenetic pace of modern life and reconnect with the natural world. Little did I know that my idyllic getaway would soon morph into a nightmare straight out of a horror movie. The rain had been falling steadily for days, transforming the forest into a damp and sodden landscape shrouded in mist and shadows. But as I settled into the cozy confines of the cabin, the sound of rain against the roof became a comforting backdrop to my solitude, lulling me into a false sense of security. It wasn't until one particularly stormy night, as I rummaged through the dusty shelves in search of something to pass the time, that I stumbled upon the old tapes, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the cabin, their labels faded and peeling with age. Curiosity piqued. I dusted off the old tape player and inserted the first cassette, the whirring of the machine filling the silent cabin like a ghostly whisper. And as the first voice crackled to life, I found myself drawn into a tale of horror and despair, a tale that seemed to echo the very walls of the cabin itself. The voices on the tapes spoke of disturbing experiences, of strange noises in the dead of night, of whispers that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. Each story was eerily similar, recounting encounters with unseen forces that lurked in the darkness just beyond the edge of perception. At first, I dismissed the stories as nothing more than the ramblings of paranoid tenants. After all, what could possibly be lurking in the quiet solitude of the forest? But as the night wore on and the storm raged outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the tapes than met the eye. With a sense of mounting dread, I continued to listen, each tape more chilling than the last. But it was the final cassette that sent a shiver down my spine, a scream, raw and primal, followed by a plea for anyone listening to leave immediately. The voice was filled with terror, its words a stark warning against the dangers that lurked within the walls of the cabin. And as I listened, a cold sweat broke out on my brow, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized that I was not alone, that whatever had driven the previous tenants to madness still lurked in the shadows, waiting to ensnare its next victim. With trembling hands, I ejected the tape from the player and cast it aside, the sound of rain against the windows now a cacophony of terror in my ears. Panic surged through me as I scrambled to gather my belongings, the need to escape overwhelming every other thought. Outside, the storm raged on, the wind howling through the trees like a banshee's wail. But even as I raced through the forest, the sound of footsteps echoed in my ears, footsteps that seemed to follow me, drawing closer with each passing moment. I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my car, the engine roaring to life with a deafening roar as I peeled out of the driveway and onto the rain-slicked road. And as I drove away from the cabin, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, that unseen eyes had followed my every move, lurking in the darkness just beyond the edge of my perception. It wasn't until I reached the safety of civilization that I allowed myself to breathe a sigh of relief, the memory of the cabin and its haunted past fading into the recesses of my mind like a bad dream. But even as I tried to rationalize away the events of that fateful night, a part of me knew that I would never truly escape the horror that had unfolded within those walls, that the cabin would forever remain a dark and shadowy place, haunted by the ghosts of its past and the nightmares of its future. Story 31. The dense canopy of trees overhead provided little respite from the relentless downpour that had been plaguing my hiking trip for days. With each step I took along the muddy trail, my boots grew heavier with rainwater, and my clothes clung uncomfortably to my skin. It was as if the heavens themselves had opened up, determined to drench me to the bone. As the rain intensified, I quickened my pace, searching desperately for some form of shelter to wait out the storm. And then, just as I was beginning to lose hope, I saw a dark opening nestled amongst the roots of a towering oak tree, barely visible through the curtain of rain. Heart pounding with relief, I hurried towards the cave, the sound of raindrops echoing loudly in my ears as I sought refuge within its damp embrace. Stepping inside, I shook the water from my clothes and took a moment to catch my breath, the darkness of the cave enveloping me like a comforting blanket. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized that I was not alone. Scattered around the cave were belongings, clothes, a sleeping bag, a backpack, all in various states of disarray, as if someone had been living there. My heart skipped a beat as I realized the implications of what I had found. Had someone been stranded here, just like me? With trembling hands, I began to sift through the items, my fingers brushing against the cool metal of a flashlight and the worn pages of a journal. Pulling the journal from the backpack, I flipped through its pages, my eyes scanning the hastily scrawled entries for clues to its owner's identity. What I found sent a chill down my spine. The journal belonged to a hiker who had gone missing last year, a fact that sent shivers down my spine as I realized the gravity of the situation. The last entry, dated just a few days before the hiker disappeared, spoke of someone else in the woods, a presence that lurked just beyond the edge of perception, watching and waiting to be found. My heart racing, I turned to leave the cave, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as a sense of unease settled over me like a heavy cloak. But as I reached the mouth of the cave, a sound stopped me dead in my tracks, a sound that sent a chill down my spine and set my pulse racing with fear. Footsteps, soft and almost imperceptible, echoed through the darkness outside, their rhythm steady and deliberate. Someone or something was out there just beyond the reach of my sight, watching and waiting for me to emerge from the safety of the cave. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I retreated further into the cave, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to make sense of the situation. Who or what was out there, and what did they want with me? As the minutes ticked by, the sound of rain against the cave walls grew louder, drowning out the steady beat of my heart with its relentless cadence. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the footsteps ceased, leaving behind an oppressive silence that seemed to press down on me from all sides. For what felt like hours, I remained huddled in the darkness of the cave, my mind racing with fear and uncertainty. But eventually the storm began to wane, the rain tapering off to a gentle drizzle as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon. Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I emerged from the safety of the cave and made my way back onto the trail, the memory of the hiker's journal burning in my mind like a beacon of warning. And as I retraced my steps through the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed my every move, lurking in the shadows just beyond the edge of my perception. Story 32. The storm-battered coast stretched out before me, a rugged landscape of cliffs and crashing waves that seemed to dance in the tumultuous sea. As a photographer, I had always been drawn to the raw power and beauty of nature, and there was something about the fury of the storm that called to me a primal energy that stirred my soul and ignited my creativity. With camera in hand, I ventured out onto the windswept cliffs, the salt-tinged air whipping through my hair as I sought the perfect vantage point from which to capture the chaos unfolding below. The sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, the horizon lost in a haze of mist and spray. As I framed my shot and adjusted my settings, I caught sight of movement out of the corner of my eye, a figure hunched over a tripod, his camera aimed out towards the raging sea. Intrigued, I made my way over to him, the sound of crashing waves and howling wind drowning out all other noise. "Hey there," I called out, my voice barely audible above the roar of the storm. "Mind if I join you?" But the other photographer didn't respond. He remained focused intently on his task, his eyes hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses, his fingers deftly adjusting the dials and knobs of his camera with practiced ease. Undeterred by his silence, I stepped closer, peering over his shoulder to catch a glimpse of the scene through his lens. But when I looked, all I saw was the churning sea, a vast expanse of water stretching out towards the horizon, its waves crashing against the cliffs with relentless force. Confused, I turned back to the other photographer, but he had vanished, leaving behind nothing but footprints in the wet sand that were slowly filling with rainwater. I scanned the cliffs and the shoreline, searching for any sign of him, but he was nowhere to be found. Shaken by the encounter, I turned my attention back to my own camera, eager to lose myself in the familiar rhythm of photography and forget the strange encounter with the mysterious stranger. But try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, that the other photographer had been more than just a figment of my imagination. As the storm raged on, I continued to capture images of the coastline, each frame a testament to the raw power and beauty of nature. But with each click of the shutter, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That unseen eyes followed my every move, lurking in the shadows just beyond the edge of my perception. When I finally packed up my gear and made my way back to the safety of my car, the storm had begun to subside, leaving behind a world washed clean by the rain. But as I drove away from the coast, the memory of the other photographer lingered in the back of my mind, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lay hidden within the natural world. And as I glanced back at the storm-battered coastline disappearing in the rearview mirror, I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the other photographer, and what secrets lay hidden within the raging sea, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them out. Story 33. The relentless downpour drummed against the windows like a relentless orchestra, its rhythm a constant reminder of the storm that had swept through the neighborhood. I watched the rain streak down the glass, distorting the world outside into a blurry, indistinct mess. It was on this rainy afternoon that curiosity finally got the better of me, propelling me towards the seemingly abandoned house next door. The house had stood vacant for as long as I could remember, a silent sentinel amidst the hustle and bustle of suburban life. Its windows were boarded up, its front yard overgrown with weeds that tangled together like a web of forgotten memories. Despite its derelict appearance, there was something about the house that drew me in, a sense of mystery that whispered of secrets waiting to be uncovered. With a sense of trepidation mingled with excitement, I ventured across the rain-soaked lawn and approached the front door. It creaked open with a protest, revealing a dimly lit interior shrouded in shadows. The air was thick with the musty scent of neglect, and I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should proceed. But the allure of the unknown was too strong to resist, and with a deep breath, I stepped over the threshold and into the belly of the beast. The interior of the house was as dilapidated as its exterior, the walls coated in layers of dust and cobwebs that hung like tattered curtains from the ceiling. I moved cautiously through the empty rooms, my footsteps echoing against the worn floorboards as I searched for any sign of life. But the house seemed to be as deserted as it appeared from the outside, its rooms devoid of furniture or any other indication that it had once been a home. Just as I was beginning to grow disheartened, I stumbled upon a door that stood slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning me forward like a siren's call. With a sense of anticipation, I pushed the door open and stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest as I prepared myself for what I might find. What I discovered within that room would haunt me for the rest of my days. It was a small space, illuminated by the faint glow of a single light bulb dangling from the ceiling. But it wasn't the size of the room that made my blood run cold, it was what adorned the walls. Photos, dozens of them, maybe even hundreds, covered every inch of the walls, arranged in haphazard clusters that seemed to follow no rhyme or reason. And as I moved closer, my breath catching in my throat, I realized with a sickening jolt that the photos were of me. Taken from distances, some even through my own bedroom window, the images captured moments from my life, moments that I had thought were private and sacred, moments that now hung on display for anyone to see. A slow drip of realization set in as I stood there, soaked to the bone and trembling with fear. I wasn't alone, not in this house, not in this neighborhood. Someone had been watching me, observing my every move from the shadows, their presence lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness. Panic surged through me as I stumbled backwards, the weight of the revelation pressing down on me like a leaden cloak. Who had been watching me? And why? Questions swirled in my mind, but before I could begin to find answers, a sound echoed through the silence, a sound that sent a shiver down my spine and sent me fleeing from the room in terror. Footsteps, soft and almost imperceptible, echoed from somewhere within the house, their rhythm steady and deliberate. Someone or something was in the house with me, moving closer with each passing moment. With a sense of urgency born of sheer terror, I raced through the empty corridors, my heart pounding in my chest as I sought desperately for a way out. But the house seemed to twist and turn around me, its layout a labyrinth of confusion and fear. Just when I thought I couldn't take another moment of the nightmare unfolding around me, I stumbled upon the front door, its weathered wood a beacon of hope in the darkness. With a surge of adrenaline, I threw open the door and stumbled out into the rain, the storm raging around me like a tempest unleashed from the depths of hell. As I fled from the house, the sound of footsteps pursued me, their presence a constant reminder of the danger that lurked just beyond the edge of my perception. And as I reached the safety of my own home, I knew that I would never be able to shake the feeling of being watched. That unseen eyes followed my every move, lurking in the shadows just beyond the reach of my awareness. Story 34. The storm raged on outside, the rain pounding against the windshield like a relentless drumbeat as I drove through the darkness of the night. The road stretched out before me, a ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the distance, flanked on either side by towering trees that swayed ominously in the wind. I had been driving for hours, my eyes heavy with fatigue, when suddenly, with a sputter and a cough, my car shuddered to a stop. Panic surged through me as I realized that I had run out of gas, a fact that seemed all the more daunting considering the desolate stretch of highway I found myself stranded on. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I reached for my phone, only to curse under my breath when I realized that I had no signal. It seemed that I was well and truly alone, at the mercy of the storm and the unforgiving darkness that surrounded me. For a moment, I considered my options: stay in the car and wait for help to come, or venture out into the storm in search of assistance. With a sense of trepidation, I opted for the latter, grabbing my jacket and stepping out into the rain-soaked night. The wind whipped at my hair, sending tendrils of wet hair plastering against my face as I trudged along the side of the road, my shoes sinking into the muddy ground with each step. But despite the elements arrayed against me, I pressed on, my determination to find help outweighing my fear of the unknown. It was then, in the midst of the storm, that I saw a pair of headlights approaching from the distance, cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. With a sense of relief flooding through me, I stepped out into the middle of the road, waving my arms frantically to signal for help. The car slowed to a stop beside me, its engine purring softly as the driver rolled down the window to peer out at me. He was a middle-aged man, his face weathered and lined with age, but his eyes held a kindness that put me at ease. "Having car trouble?" he asked, his voice a soothing balm in the midst of the storm. I nodded, my words lost in the roar of the wind and rain. With a sympathetic smile, the man offered me a ride, gesturing towards the passenger seat of his car. Relief flooded through me as I climbed inside, grateful for the warmth and shelter from the storm. The man introduced himself as Jack, and we exchanged pleasantries as he drove along the deserted highway. But as we traveled further into the night, a sense of unease settled over me, a feeling that something was not quite right about the situation. It was then that I noticed that the trunk of Jack's car was slightly ajar, a thin sliver of darkness peeking out from within. My heart began to race as I caught sight of what looked like ropes and duct tape inside the trunk, sending a chill down my spine. Panic surged through me as I realized the danger I might be in, stranded in the middle of nowhere with a stranger whose intentions were far from clear. With trembling hands, I made an excuse to exit the car, my mind racing with fear and uncertainty. Jack seemed taken aback by my sudden change in demeanor, but he offered no protest as I stumbled out into the storm, my heart pounding in my chest as I put as much distance between myself and his car as possible. As I stood on the side of the road, watching as Jack's car disappeared into the distance, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped a dangerous situation that, had I accepted his offer of help, I might never have been seen or heard from again. With a sense of relief flooding through me, I continued on foot, determined to find help no matter the cost. And as I trudged along the rain-soaked highway, I vowed never to forget the night I found myself in need of assistance on a desolate stretch of road, and the stranger whose offer of help turned out to be anything but friendly. Story 35. The rain poured down in sheets, a relentless deluge that seemed to envelop the world in a shroud of mist and moisture. I gripped the steering wheel tightly as I navigated the winding roads, the windshield wipers struggling to keep pace with the downpour. It was in the midst of this storm that I spotted the neon sign of a roadside diner, its flickering lights beckoning me like a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. With a sense of relief flooding through me, I pulled into the diner's parking lot and hurried inside, eager to escape the wrath of the storm. The interior of the diner was dimly lit, the soft glow of fluorescent lights casting long shadows across the worn linoleum floor. A bell jingled overhead as I stepped through the door, announcing my arrival to the lone figure behind the counter. He was a middle-aged man, his hair graying at the temples and his apron stained with grease. His eyes lit up with a smile as he caught sight of me, a smile that seemed to stretch a little too wide, linger a little too long. But I brushed aside the sense of unease that prickled at the back of my neck, chalking it up to the storm's effects on my nerves. "Evening, stranger," the man greeted me, his voice warm and inviting despite the faint hint of something else lurking beneath the surface. "What can I get for you tonight?" I took a seat at the counter, the worn vinyl stool creaking beneath me as I settled in. The menu in front of me was stained and dog-eared, its pages worn thin from years of use. But despite its less than impressive appearance, the offerings inside promised comfort in the form of greasy burgers and steaming cups of coffee, a welcome respite from the storm raging outside. "I'll have a cup of coffee, black," I replied, my voice barely audible above the din of the rain pounding against the windows. The man nodded, his smile never faltering as he turned to pour my drink. But as he disappeared into the kitchen, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, that the diner was not quite as it seemed. I glanced around the empty interior, noting with a sense of unease that I was the only customer in the entire place. The tables were deserted, the booths abandoned, as if the storm had driven away any other potential patrons. But it was the cook's behavior that troubled me the most, the way he smiled too eagerly, the way he seemed almost too eager to please. Lost in my thoughts, I barely noticed when the cook returned with my coffee, setting it down in front of me with a flourish. I thanked him absent-mindedly, my mind still racing with suspicion and uncertainty. It was then that I heard him muttering softly to himself as he disappeared back into the kitchen, his words barely audible over the sound of the rain. "Yes, the last one for tonight just walked in," he said, his voice tinged with a hint of something sinister. My blood ran cold as I realized the implications of his words. The last one for tonight? What did he mean by that? And why did it sound as if he were speaking to someone on the other end of the line? Fear surged through me, driving me to my feet in a sudden rush of adrenaline. I knew I had to get out of there, to leave before whatever dark secrets lurked within the diner's walls could ensnare me in their grasp. Leaving my untouched coffee behind, I made my way to the door, my heart pounding in my chest as I fumbled with the handle. With a sense of relief, I pushed it open and stepped out into the storm, the rain washing over me like a cleansing tide. As I hurried back to my car, I glanced back at the diner one last time, its neon sign flickering in the darkness like a warning beacon. And as I drove away into the night, the memory of the cook's words echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked just beneath the surface of the seemingly ordinary world. Story 36. I took the last train home on a stormy night. It was one of those evenings where the rain fell in sheets, drumming against the windows with a relentless fury. The platform was deserted as I stepped onto the train, the only soul venturing into the night's embrace. I found myself a seat in an empty carriage, the flickering lights overhead casting eerie shadows on the worn upholstery. As the train began to move, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks beneath seemed to synchronize with the pounding of my heart. The darkness outside enveloped us, swallowing the world in its inky embrace. I leaned back against the seat, the hum of the engine lulling me into a false sense of security. But then, as the train rattled through the night, I noticed something peculiar in the window, a faint reflection, as if someone were sitting behind me. I turned around, expecting to see another passenger, but the seat was empty, bathed in the soft glow of the overhead light. A shiver ran down my spine as I turned back to the window, dismissing the reflection as a trick of the light. Yet, as the train continued its journey, the reflections persisted, appearing and disappearing with each flicker of the passing landscape. I tried to shake off the unease creeping into my mind, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. But as the minutes stretched into hours, the feeling of being watched intensified, a primal instinct warning me of unseen danger. I glanced around the carriage, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing, just empty seats and the steady rhythm of the train. I tried to focus on the rain drumming against the window, the distant rumble of thunder echoing through the night, anything to distract myself from the growing sense of dread. But no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. With each passing moment, the reflections in the window seemed to grow more pronounced, more insistent, as if whatever lurked in the darkness was drawing closer. I could feel my pulse quicken, the thud of my heart echoing in my ears as I searched desperately for some rational explanation. Perhaps it was just a trick of the light, or a figment of my overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew it was something more, something sinister lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. I tried to rationalize the situation, to convince myself that I was safe, that there was nothing to fear in an empty carriage on a stormy night. But the rational part of my mind was drowned out by the primal instinct screaming at me to flee, to escape the unseen presence closing in around me. I wanted to scream, to call out for help, but the words caught in my throat, suffocated by the weight of fear pressing down on my chest. I was paralyzed, trapped in a nightmare of my own making, with no way out and no one to turn to. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, the train began to slow, the brakes squealing in protest as we approached the next station. With a sense of relief bordering on desperation, I gathered my courage and rose from my seat, ready to flee into the safety of the night. But as I stepped off the train and onto the deserted platform, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving something behind, something dark and malevolent lurking in the shadows. I glanced back at the carriage, half expecting to see a figure watching me from the window, but there was nothing, just the empty interior of the train, bathed in the soft glow of the overhead lights. I stood there for a moment, the rain soaking through my clothes, searching for some sign that I wasn't alone, that the terror I had felt was just a trick of the mind. But there was nothing, only the steady rhythm of the rain and the distant rumble of thunder echoing through the night. With a shiver, I turned away from the train and began to make my way home, the echoes of that fateful journey still haunting my every step. And as I disappeared into the darkness, I couldn't help but wonder what other terrors lurked in the shadows, waiting to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting souls who dared to venture into the night. Story 37. The rain poured relentlessly as I drove down the dark, winding road, the windshield wipers struggling to keep up with the deluge. The storm had come out of nowhere, catching me off guard as I searched for shelter in the desolate landscape. And then, like a beacon in the night, I spotted it, a small, run-down motel nestled on the edge of the forest, its neon sign flickering weakly in the rain. With a sigh of relief, I pulled into the gravel parking lot and dashed inside, the rain soaking through my clothes as I hurried to the reception desk. The lobby was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of mildew and decay. An old man sat behind the counter, his rheumy eyes peering at me from beneath a bushy white beard. "Room for the night," he rasped, his voice barely audible over the sound of the rain pounding against the roof. I nodded, eager to escape the storm raging outside. He handed me a rusty key and pointed me towards the stairs, his expression unreadable as I made my way to my room. The hallway was dark and musty, the carpet squelching under my feet as I walked. I found my room at the end of the corridor, its door creaking open with a protest as I pushed it inward. The room was small and dreary, the air thick with the scent of dampness and neglect. I flicked on the light, revealing a faded floral bedspread and peeling wallpaper, a testament to the motel's long-forgotten glory days. Despite its dismal appearance, I was grateful for the shelter it provided from the storm raging outside. I peeled off my wet clothes and collapsed onto the bed, the springs creaking in protest beneath my weight. Exhaustion washed over me like a tidal wave, and before long I was drifting off into a fitful sleep. It must have been hours later when I was jolted awake by a sound, a soft squelching noise, like wet footsteps padding across the carpet. I blinked blearily, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of my surroundings. The room was shrouded in darkness, the only light filtering in through the cracks in the curtains. And then, as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw them footprints, glistening wetly against the faded carpet, leading from the door to the bathroom. My heart leapt into my throat as I stared at the trail of prints, my mind racing with fear and confusion. Who could be in my room, and how had they gotten in without me hearing them? I glanced around frantically, searching for any sign of an intruder, but the room was empty, bathed in an eerie silence broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. With trembling hands, I reached for the bedside lamp, ready to shed light on the mysterious presence lurking in the darkness. But as my fingers closed around the switch, I hesitated, a sudden sense of dread coursing through my veins. What if whatever or whoever was in the room with me didn't want to be found? What if they were lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? But I couldn't let fear paralyze me, not when my safety was at stake. With a determined gritting of my teeth, I flicked on the light, illuminating the room in a harsh glare. At first, all I saw was the same dreary interior, the faded wallpaper, the threadbare carpet, the peeling paint on the walls. But then, as my gaze swept across the floor, I saw them wet footprints leading from the door to the bathroom, just as I had seen in the darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached the bathroom door, the wood cool and smooth beneath my fingertips. With a deep breath, I pushed it open, bracing myself for whatever horrors lay beyond. But to my surprise, the bathroom was empty, bathed in the soft glow of the overhead light. There was no sign of an intruder, no trace of the mysterious footsteps that had led me here. I stood there for a moment, my mind reeling with confusion and fear. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was it just a trick of the mind, brought on by exhaustion and the storm raging outside? But as I turned back to the room, a chill ran down my spine, a feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes boring into the back of my skull. I glanced around frantically, searching for any sign of the presence I could feel lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. And then, as if on cue, the lights flickered, bathing the room in darkness for a brief, heart-stopping moment. In that instant, I saw them, a figure, hazy and indistinct, standing in the corner of the room, their eyes gleaming in the dim light. I stumbled backwards, my heart pounding in my chest as I backed towards the door. But before I could make my escape, the lights flickered back on, revealing the room once more empty, save for the fading echoes of my own fear. I wasted no time in fleeing the motel, leaving behind the memories of that fateful night and the horrors that lurked within its walls. But try as I might, I could never shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every move, long after I had left that small, run-down motel far behind. Story 38. It was a dark and stormy night, the kind of night that seemed to swallow the world whole in its fury. Rain lashed against the windshield of my car as I navigated the winding roads, the only source of light the occasional flash of lightning illuminating the sky. As I rounded a bend, I spotted her lone figure standing by the side of the road, her silhouette barely visible through the sheets of rain. Without hesitation, I pulled over, the tires kicking up gravel as I came to a stop beside her. She approached the car slowly, her clothes plastered to her skin by the rain. Her face was obscured by the hood of her jacket, but I could sense the tension radiating off her in waves. "Need a lift?" I called out through the open window, the words barely audible over the roar of the storm. She hesitated for a moment, glancing nervously over her shoulder before nodding and climbing into the passenger seat. Her hands were trembling as she pulled the door shut, her eyes darting around the interior of the car as if searching for hidden dangers. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper above the din of the rain. I tried to make small talk as we drove, asking her where she was headed and if she was okay. But she remained silent, her gaze fixed on the road ahead, her body tense with fear. "Is everything all right?" I asked, unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. And then, in a voice barely louder than a breath, she whispered, "He's been following me." I felt a chill run down my spine at her words, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw nothing but darkness behind us, the rain obscuring my view of the road we had just traveled. "Who's been following you?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the sound of the rain. She shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," she whispered. "I just know that wherever I go, he's there, lurking in the shadows, watching me." I felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins at her words, my mind racing with possibilities. Who could be following her, and why? And what did they want from her? I glanced in the rearview mirror again, my heart pounding in my chest as I searched for any sign of the mysterious figure she claimed was following her. And then, to my horror, I saw him, a second figure, drenched from the rain, sitting in the back seat, his eyes fixed on me with a chilling intensity. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt on the slick pavement. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling with fear. But the figure said nothing, his gaze unwavering as he stared back at me through the darkness. And then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone, disappearing into the night without a trace. I turned to the woman beside me, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who was that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. But she shook her head, her eyes wide with terror. "I don't know," she whispered. "But wherever I go, he's always there, watching, waiting." I didn't know what to say, the words catching in my throat as I tried to make sense of the situation. Who was this mysterious figure, and what did he want with this woman? And more importantly, how had he managed to appear in the back seat of my car without me noticing? Without another word, I drove on, the storm raging around us as we raced towards an uncertain future. But no matter how far we traveled, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the darkness lurking just beyond the edges of our vision held secrets far more terrifying than we could ever imagine. Story 39. It was a rainy evening, the kind that made the small town feel even quieter than usual. As a volunteer at the town library, I often found myself closing up on nights like this, when the streets were deserted and the only sound was the gentle patter of rain against the windows. As I went about my routine, shelving books and straightening up the aisles, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The old library seemed to take on a life of its own after dark, its shelves looming tall and imposing in the dim light. I was in the history section when I heard a soft thud followed by the unmistakable sound of books falling off shelves. My heart skipped a beat as I glanced around, my senses on high alert. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing through the empty library. There was no response, only the sound of rain drumming against the windows. Steeling myself, I made my way towards the source of the noise, my footsteps echoing on the polished wooden floor. The history section was dimly lit, the shadows dancing along the rows of shelves like ghosts in the night. I approached the spot where I had heard the noise, my pulse quickening with each step. And then I saw a small alcove hidden behind a row of books, its door slightly ajar. My curiosity piqued. I pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. I hesitated for a moment, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end, but the thrill of discovery was too strong to resist, and with a deep breath, I descended into the depths below. The staircase seemed to go on forever, the air growing colder and mustier with each step. And then finally I reached the bottom, emerging into a dimly lit basement lined with shelves stacked high with boxes and crates. I glanced around in awe, my eyes wide with wonder at the sight before me. It was like stepping back in time, into a forgotten corner of the town's history. But as I explored further, my sense of wonder quickly turned to unease. Among the dusty relics and forgotten treasures, I found something that sent a chill down my spine, belonging to missing townsfolk, their names etched into the labels of long-forgotten boxes. I felt a knot form in my stomach as I realized the significance of what I had stumbled upon. These were not just forgotten relics of the past, they were clues, pieces of a puzzle that had long been buried beneath the surface of the town's history. I rifled through the boxes, my hands trembling with fear and excitement. Among the belongings, I found photographs, letters, and personal effects, each one a testament to the lives that had been lost and the secrets that had been buried along with them. But as I dug deeper, I began to sense that I was not alone in the basement. The air seemed to grow thicker, heavy with the weight of unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. I glanced around nervously, my heart pounding in my chest as I searched for any sign of the presence lurking in the darkness. And then, to my horror, I saw a figure standing in the corner of the basement, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. I froze, unable to move as the figure stepped forward into the light. It was a woman, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes hollow with sorrow. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling with fear. But she said nothing, only watched me with a haunted expression as she faded back into the darkness. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling with disbelief. Who was she, and what did she want with me? And more importantly, what secrets did this basement hold that had driven her to linger in the shadows for so long? With a sense of dread creeping over me, I fled the basement, leaving behind the mysteries and horrors that lay buried beneath the old library. But try as I might, I could never shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than I could ever have imagined, a truth that had been hidden for generations, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to seek it out. Story 40. It was a stormy night, the kind that sent shivers down your spine and made the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the darkness with jagged bolts of electricity, while thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. And yet, despite the ferocity of the storm, there was something enticing about the abandoned school that loomed on the edge of town. I had heard stories about the old school, tales of mysterious disappearances, of strange sightings in the dead of night. Some said it was haunted by the ghosts of children who had perished within its walls, while others claimed it was cursed by some ancient evil that lurked in the shadows. But I was never one to shy away from a dare, especially one as tantalizing as this. So when my friends challenged me to spend the night in the abandoned school, I jumped at the chance, eager to prove my bravery in the face of the unknown. As I approached the school, the wind howling in my ears, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation creeping over me. The building loomed tall and imposing against the backdrop of the storm, its windows dark and empty, its halls echoing with the whispers of the past. But I pushed aside my fear and stepped through the broken doors, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty foyer. The air was thick with dust and decay, the scent of mildew clinging to the walls like a shroud. I hesitated for a moment, the weight of the darkness pressing down on me like a physical force. But then, with a deep breath, I plunged forward into the unknown, my flashlight cutting through the gloom like a beacon in the night. The halls were empty and echoing, the sound of my footsteps reverberating off the walls like a drumbeat. I moved cautiously, my senses on high alert for any sign of danger. And then, as I rounded a corner, I saw a classroom door standing slightly ajar, a faint light spilling out into the hallway. Intrigued, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. The classroom was deserted, the desks covered in dust and cobwebs, the chalkboard stained with age. But as I scanned the room, my gaze was drawn to a message scrawled in chalk across the board, a single word that sent a chill down my spine. "Help, Maine." I felt a knot form in my stomach as I stared at the words, my mind racing with fear and confusion. Who had written them, and why? And more importantly, what kind of danger lurked within these walls, waiting to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting soul who dared to venture inside? I was about to turn and flee when I heard the sound of children's laughter echoing down the halls, faint and ethereal, like a whisper carried on the wind. My heart pounding in my chest, I followed the sound, my flashlight cutting through the darkness as I searched for its source. But no matter how many rooms I checked, no matter how many corners I turned, the laughter always seemed to be just ahead of me, teasing and elusive like a phantom in the night. I felt a sense of frustration creeping over me as I realized that I was chasing shadows, that whatever was making those sounds was always one step ahead of me, just out of reach. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the laughter stopped, replaced by a deafening silence that seemed to press down on me from all sides. I stood there for a moment, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding in my chest. And then, with a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was no longer alone in the darkness. Slowly, I turned around, my flashlight trembling in my hand as I searched for any sign of the presence that I could feel lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. And then, to my horror, I saw them, dozens of shadowy figures, their eyes gleaming in the dim light, their forms shifting and swirling like smoke in the wind. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling with fear and disbelief. Who were they and what did they want with me? And more importantly, how had they managed to appear out of thin air, as if conjured by some dark magic? But before I could make sense of the situation, the figures began to advance, their forms merging and intertwining like tendrils of smoke as they closed in on me from all sides. With a cry of terror, I turned and fled, the sound of their laughter echoing in my ears as I raced through the empty halls, my heart pounding in my chest. I burst through the doors of the school and out into the storm, the rain washing over me like a cleansing tide as I stumbled into the night. But even as I fled, I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness that lurked within the abandoned school was far more sinister than I could ever have imagined, a darkness that hungered for souls, waiting to claim its next victim in the dead of night. Story 41. The storm raged outside, lashing the countryside with rain and wind as I stumbled upon the old farmhouse. Its weathered exterior and crooked shutters hinted at years of neglect, but it stood firm against the fury of the elements, a silent sentinel in the midst of the tempest. Seeking refuge from the relentless downpour, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped into the dimly lit interior. The air was thick with dust and the musty scent of old wood, but it offered shelter from the storm raging outside. I explored the farmhouse, the floorboards groaning beneath my feet as I wandered through its empty rooms. Dust-covered furniture stood like silent sentinels against the walls, their surfaces adorned with cobwebs and forgotten memories. As I climbed the stairs to the upper floors, the sound of the storm grew fainter, muffled by the thick walls of the farmhouse. I reached the attic door, its wood swollen with age, and pushed it open with a creak. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten relics, a time capsule from another era. Boxes and crates filled every corner, their contents obscured by layers of dust and neglect. But it was what lay at the far end of the attic that caught my eye, a collection of vintage circus costumes and clowns' masks, their vibrant colors dulled by time, their fabric worn and frayed. I approached the costumes cautiously, my curiosity overcoming my apprehension as I reached out to touch the faded fabric. Who had worn these costumes, and why had they been left to gather dust in the attic of an abandoned farmhouse? As I examined the masks and costumes, a sense of unease crept over me, a feeling that I was not alone in the attic, that there were unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. I brushed aside the feeling of paranoia and continued to explore, my fingers trailing over the fabric of the costumes as I searched for any clue as to their origin. And then, as if in response to my touch, I heard the sound of footsteps above me, echoing through the attic with an eerie resonance. My heart skipped a beat as I froze, my mind racing with fear and uncertainty. Who could be walking around in the attic, and why had they chosen to reveal themselves now, in the midst of a storm? With trembling hands, I reached for the flashlight clipped to my belt and shone it towards the source of the sound. But as the beam of light cut through the darkness, I saw nothing, only the empty space of the attic, illuminated by the faint glow of the bulb overhead. I hesitated for a moment, torn between the instinct to flee and the desire to uncover the truth behind the mysterious footsteps. But curiosity got the better of me, and with a deep breath, I made my way towards the stairs, determined to confront whatever lurked in the shadows. As I descended the stairs, the sound of the storm grew louder, its fury echoing through the empty farmhouse like a symphony of chaos. I reached the landing and paused, my hand hovering over the doorknob as I prepared to face whatever awaited me on the other side. With a swift motion, I pushed open the door and stepped into the attic, my flashlight cutting through the darkness like a beacon in the night. And then, to my horror, I saw them. The costumes and masks that had been scattered haphazardly across the attic floor were now standing upright, their empty eyes fixed on the attic door as if waiting for it to open. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the eerie sight before me, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. How had the costumes moved on their own, and what force could compel them to stand in such a manner? But before I could make sense of the situation, a voice echoed through the attic, a soft whisper carried on the wind, barely audible above the sound of the storm. "Help us," it murmured, its words tinged with desperation and despair. I staggered backwards, my heart pounding in my chest as I searched for the source of the voice. But there was nothing, only the empty attic, filled with the eerie silence of the storm. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the whispering stopped, leaving behind only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the distant rumble of thunder. I stumbled out of the attic and fled the farmhouse. The image of the standing costumes burned into my mind like a brand. But try as I might, I could never shake the feeling that something sinister lurked within the abandoned farmhouse, waiting to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting souls who dared to venture inside. Story 42. The darkness of the night enveloped the forest, broken only by the feeble glow of my campfire. I sat alone by the flickering flames, surrounded by the rustling trees and the chorus of nocturnal sounds that echoed through the wilderness. I had ventured into the woods seeking solitude, a chance to escape the noise and chaos of the modern world. But as I sat by the fire, listening to the symphony of nature that surrounded me, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. The sound of rain on the canvas of my tent pulled me from my thoughts, the gentle pitter-patter lulling me into a state of drowsy relaxation. But then, above the sound of the rain, I heard something else, a soft, muffled sobbing like the cry of a lost child echoing through the night. I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I strained to listen. Was it just my imagination, or was there really someone crying outside my tent? With a sense of trepidation, I unzipped the tent flap and peered outside into the darkness. The rain fell in sheets, obscuring my vision and casting everything in a hazy, ethereal light. But there was no one there, no lost camper seeking shelter from the storm, no weary traveler in need of assistance. Only the empty expanse of the forest, shrouded in mist and shadow. I frowned, my brow furrowing with confusion. Had I imagined the sound of sobbing, or was there something more sinister at play? I shook off the feeling of unease and crawled back into my tent, pulling the sleeping bag tight around me as I tried to push the mysterious sound from my mind. But then, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it again, the soft, mournful sobbing, drifting through the rain-soaked night like a haunting melody. This time I couldn't ignore it. With a sense of determination, I unzipped the tent flap and stepped outside, my flashlight cutting through the darkness like a beacon in the night. I called out into the darkness, my voice echoing through the trees. "Is anyone there? Can you hear me?" But there was no response, only the sound of the rain falling steadily against the forest floor. I hesitated for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest. Should I venture further into the woods in search of the source of the mysterious sobbing, or should I retreat back into the safety of my tent and wait out the night in silence? With a deep breath, I made my decision. Gripping the flashlight tightly in my hand, I plunged into the darkness, following the sound of the sobbing as it echoed through the trees. The rain fell harder now, soaking me to the bone as I pushed through the underbrush, my boots sinking into the muddy ground with each step. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I saw a faint glow in the distance, barely visible through the trees. Heart racing, I quickened my pace, the sound of the sobbing growing louder with each step. And then, finally, I emerged into a small clearing, illuminated by the feeble light of a lantern. There, kneeling on the ground, was a figure, a woman, her shoulders shaking with sobs as she huddled beneath the shelter of a makeshift tarp. I approached her cautiously, my footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath my feet. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. "I'm lost," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "I don't know how I got here, or how to get back." I felt a pang of sympathy as I looked at her, the rain-soaked clothes, the dirt-streaked face, the haunted expression in her eyes. She was lost and alone, just like me. With a sense of determination, I offered her my hand. "Come with me," I said. "I'll help you find your way back." Together we made our way through the forest, the rain falling steadily around us as we navigated the twisting paths and hidden clearings. And as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, we emerged into the safety of the campground, the sound of sobbing fading into the distance behind us. But even as we left the forest behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something lingered in the darkness, a presence unseen, yet felt in the depths of my soul. As I returned to my tent and crawled into my sleeping bag, I couldn't help but wonder, had I truly helped the lost camper, or had I stumbled upon something far more sinister lurking in the depths of the rain-soaked night? Story 43. The rain pounded against the windshield of my car, the sound a relentless drumbeat that echoed through the desolate landscape. I had been driving for hours, the winding highway stretching out before me like an endless ribbon of asphalt, with no signs of civilization in sight. As the storm intensified, I knew I needed to find shelter and fast. Just when I was beginning to lose hope, I spotted it at a dilapidated gas station looming on the side of the road, its neon sign flickering weakly in the darkness. With a sense of relief, I pulled into the gravel lot and stepped out into the rain, the cold droplets soaking through my clothes as I made my way towards the shelter of the abandoned building. The air inside was heavy with the scent of decay, the musty odor clinging to my skin as I stepped over broken glass and debris. The flickering light cast eerie shadows on the walls, turning the once familiar surroundings into a labyrinth of darkness and uncertainty. I shivered, my heart pounding in my chest as I surveyed my surroundings. The gas station was deserted, its shelves bare and its counters covered in a thick layer of dust. It was as if time had stood still in this forgotten corner of the world, frozen in a moment of decay and neglect. With a sense of unease creeping over me, I began to explore the abandoned aisles, my footsteps echoing in the empty silence of the building. As I moved deeper into the darkness, I stumbled upon a small office tucked away in the back corner of the gas station. The door creaked open on rusted hinges, revealing a room shrouded in shadows. I stepped inside cautiously, my flashlight cutting through the darkness as I searched for any sign of life. And then, as if drawn by some unseen force, my gaze fell upon a ledger sitting on the desk, a weathered book with yellowed pages and faded ink. With trembling hands, I reached out and opened the ledger, my heart pounding in my chest as I scanned the cryptic entries that filled its pages. Each one detailed the disappearances of travelers who had sought shelter in the abandoned gas station before me, their names etched into the paper like a grim epitaph. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read the entries, my mind reeling with fear and confusion. What had happened to these people, and why had they vanished without a trace? As I flipped through the pages, I came across one entry that sent a shiver down my spine, a traveler who had gone missing on a stormy night much like this one, never to be seen again. I closed the ledger with a sense of dread, the weight of its contents pressing down on me like a suffocating blanket. I knew I had to leave this place, to escape the darkness that lurked within its walls. But as I turned to leave, a sound echoed through the darkness, a soft, mournful wail that sent a shiver down my spine. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I listened to the sound growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. It was the sound of someone or something calling out to me from the depths of the abandoned gas station. With a sense of terror gripping my soul, I turned and fled into the storm, the rain washing over me like a cleansing tide as I raced towards the safety of my car. But even as I drove away from the gas station, the memory of the ledger and its cryptic entries haunted me, lingering like a shadow in the recesses of my mind. And as the storm raged on, I couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay hidden within the abandoned gas station, and what fate awaited those who dared to seek shelter within its crumbling walls. Story 44. The rain poured down in torrents, soaking through my clothes and chilling me to the bone as I stumbled through the darkened woods. Lightning flashed overhead, illuminating the twisted branches and gnarled roots that reached out like skeletal fingers in the night. I had been hiking for hours, my original destination lost to me in the confusion of the storm. With each step, the darkness seemed to close in around me, swallowing me whole in its cold embrace. Just when I was beginning to lose hope, I spotted at a clearing in the trees, a patch of open ground that seemed to beckon me forward with its promise of shelter. With a sense of relief, I quickened my pace, the squelching mud sucking at my boots as I made my way towards the safety of the clearing. As I emerged from the trees, I found myself standing in a forgotten cemetery, its tombstones looming like silent sentinels in the downpour. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth and decay, and the sound of the rain on the gravestones echoed through the silence like a mournful dirge. I hesitated for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest as I surveyed my surroundings. The cemetery was deserted, its graves worn and weathered by time. It was as if the world had forgotten this place, leaving it to decay and crumble into oblivion. But as I moved deeper into the cemetery, something caught my eye: a fresh mound of earth, a recent interment among the forgotten dead. Stricken by morbid curiosity, I approached the grave, the rain falling in sheets around me as I knelt to read the inscription carved into the headstone. Here lies Sarah Jenkins, beloved wife and mother. May she rest in peace. The words sent a shiver down my spine, and I felt a pang of sadness for the woman lying beneath the earth. What had brought her to this lonely place, and what secrets lay buried with her in the cold, damp ground? As I reached out to touch the headstone, a sudden gust of wind swept through the cemetery, sending chills down my spine. And then, in the midst of the storm, I felt its icy fingers brushing against my neck, a whispering voice echoing in the wind. "Leave this place," it murmured, its words carried on the breath of the storm. "You do not belong here." I stumbled backwards, my heart racing with fear and confusion. Was it just my imagination, or had something truly supernatural just occurred? But before I could make sense of the situation, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the cemetery with its blinding light. And in that brief moment of illumination, I saw something that sent a chill down my spine: a figure standing among the gravestones, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. With a cry of terror, I turned and fled into the darkness, the sound of the rain and thunder echoing in my ears as I raced through the woods. But even as I fled, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed my every move from the shadows of the cemetery. As I finally emerged from the woods and into the safety of civilization, I couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay hidden within the forgotten cemetery, and what unseen forces dwelled within its crumbling walls. And as I lay awake in my bed that night, the memory of the icy fingers and whispered warning haunted my dreams, leaving me to wonder if some mysteries were best left undisturbed in the darkness of the night. Story 45. The rain fell in sheets, pounding against the forest floor with a relentless fury as I trudged through the darkness. I had been hiking for hours, the storm overtaking me with its ferocity, leaving me lost and disoriented in the heart of the wilderness. Just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I spotted a remote cabin nestled among the trees, its windows glowing dimly in the gloom. With a sense of relief, I quickened my pace, the mud sucking at my boots as I made my way towards the shelter of the cabin. As I approached, I could see that the cabin was old and weathered, its wooden walls warped and cracked with age. But despite its dilapidated appearance, there was something oddly inviting about the glow of its windows, a promise of warmth and safety in the midst of the storm. With a sense of anticipation, I pushed open the door and stepped inside, the warmth of the cabin enveloping me like a comforting embrace. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and pine, and the sound of the rain on the roof was a soothing lullaby after hours spent battling the elements. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized that something was amiss. Shadows danced malevolently on the walls, twisting and writhing in the flickering candlelight, as if alive with some dark energy. I frowned, my senses on high alert as I surveyed my surroundings. The cabin was small and cramped, its furnishings sparse and utilitarian. But it was what adorned the walls that caught my attention, strange symbols etched in faded ink, their meaning lost to the ages. I approached one of the symbols cautiously, tracing its lines with my finger as I tried to decipher its meaning. But the more I studied it, the more I realized that it was like nothing I had ever seen before, a cryptic sigil that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. With a sense of unease creeping over me, I turned away from the symbols and began to explore the rest of the cabin. Every corner seemed to hold some new mystery, some hidden secret waiting to be uncovered in the darkness. But as I searched, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed my every move from the shadows. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I heard the sound of whispers echoing through the cabin, their words too faint to make out, but their presence unmistakable in the stillness of the night. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I strained to listen. Who or what could be whispering in the darkness, and what did they want with me? With a sense of dread creeping over me, I began to back away from the symbols on the wall, my footsteps echoing in the empty silence of the cabin. But no matter where I turned, the whispers seemed to follow me, their voices growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. And then, just as suddenly as they had begun, the whispers stopped, leaving behind only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the distant rumble of thunder. I stood there for a moment, my mind reeling with fear and confusion. What had just happened, and what did it mean? But before I could make sense of the situation, a voice echoed through the darkness, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Welcome," it murmured, its words tinged with a sense of menace. "You have stumbled upon a sanctuary of occult horrors, and now you must face the consequences." With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I had made a grave mistake in seeking refuge within the cabin's enigmatic confines. And as the storm raged on outside, I knew that my fate was sealed, trapped within the darkness, surrounded by shadows and whispers, with no hope of escape. Story 46. The rain fell relentlessly, a steady drumming that echoed through the darkness as I stumbled upon the looming mansion nestled amidst the storm. Its grandeur was undeniable, yet there was an air of foreboding that hung heavy in the air, as if the very walls of the mansion held secrets best left undisturbed. Despite the warnings whispered by the wind, I found myself drawn to the mansion's imposing facade, its windows dark and foreboding against the backdrop of the storm. With each step I took towards its grand entrance, the sense of unease grew stronger, a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes from the shadows. But still, I pressed on, driven by a morbid curiosity to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within the mansion's labyrinthine halls. As I stepped through the grand double doors, the sound of the rain was replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to hang heavy in the air. The interior of the mansion was as opulent as its exterior, with ornate chandeliers casting flickering shadows on the marble floors and gilded furnishings that lined the halls. Each room whispered tales of bygone elegance, with faded portraits lining the walls and antique furniture draped in dusty cobwebs. But beneath the surface of opulence lay a sinister truth, a darkness that lurked in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. With a sense of trepidation, I began to explore the mansion's labyrinthine halls, my footsteps echoing in the empty silence as I ventured deeper into its depths. Each room I entered seemed to hold its own secrets, its own tales of tragedy and despair that whispered to me from the darkness. In one room I stumbled upon a grand ballroom, its polished floors empty and silent, yet I could almost hear the strains of music and laughter that had once filled the air. In another I found a study lined with shelves of leather-bound books, their pages yellowed with age and filled with forgotten knowledge. But as I delved deeper into the mansion's depths, I began to sense that I was not alone, that unseen eyes watched my every move from the shadows, and that I was but a pawn in a game whose rules I did not understand. Shadows seemed to converge around me, twisting and shifting in the flickering candlelight as I navigated the labyrinthine halls. Each corner I turned held the promise of discovery, yet also the threat of danger, as if the mansion itself sought to ensnare me within its grasp. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon a hidden passage concealed behind a tapestry in the grand foyer. With a sense of trepidation, I pushed aside the heavy fabric and stepped into the darkness beyond. The passage was narrow and winding, its walls lined with ancient stone and cobwebs that brushed against my skin like icy fingers. I could feel the weight of centuries pressing down upon me as I ventured deeper into the depths of the mansion, the air growing colder with each step. And then finally I emerged into a chamber hidden deep within the mansion's bowels, a chamber filled with arcane symbols and mysterious artifacts, their purpose lost to the sands of time. As I surveyed the chamber with wide eyes, I realized that the mansion held more than just echoes of its haunted past, that it was a place of dark magic and forbidden knowledge, where secrets best left undisturbed lay hidden beneath the surface. With a sense of dread creeping over me, I knew that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than I could ever have imagined, a truth that threatened to consume me whole and drag me into the darkness from which there could be no escape. Story 47. The storm raged on, relentless in its fury, as I stumbled upon the dilapidated playground nestled amidst the desolate landscape. The rain lashed against the rusted swings, their chains groaning in protest as they swayed rhythmically in the howling wind. Despite the ominous sight before me, I had little choice but to seek shelter within the confines of the playground, the storm showing no signs of abating anytime soon. As I stepped through the rusted gate and into the playground, a chill ran down my spine, a feeling of unease settling over me like a shroud. The once vibrant colors of the playground equipment had long since faded, replaced by the dull sheen of rust and decay. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth and mildew, and the only sound that pierced the silence was the howling of the wind and the creaking of the swings. I hesitated for a moment, my instincts warning me to turn back and seek shelter elsewhere. But the storm raged on around me, and there were no other buildings in sight. With a sense of trepidation, I pressed on, my footsteps echoing in the empty silence of the playground. As I wandered through the deserted playground, memories of childhood flooded my mind, of carefree days spent swinging from the monkey bars and climbing to the top of the slide. But those memories were overshadowed by the eerie atmosphere that surrounded me now, a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes from the shadows. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear the oppressive silence any longer, I saw a lone figure lurking in the shadows, its form barely visible in the dim light. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I stared at the figure before me. Who or what could be lurking in the desolate playground, and what were its intentions? With a sense of dread creeping over me, I took a cautious step forward, my senses on high alert as I tried to make out the figure in the darkness. But the more I strained to see, the more it seemed to elude my grasp, its form shifting and wavering like a mirage in the storm. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving me alone in the deserted playground once more. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing with fear and uncertainty. What had I just seen, and what did it mean? With a sense of urgency, I began to search the playground, my eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of the mysterious figure. But there was no trace of it, only the rusted swing swaying in the wind and the empty silence of the storm. As I turned to leave, a feeling of unease settled over me, a sense that the playground harbored secrets best left undisturbed, and that the figure lurking in the shadows was but a harbinger of the darkness that lay hidden within its desolate confines. With a shiver running down my spine, I hurried away from the playground, the memory of the eerie encounter lingering in the back of my mind like a lingering nightmare. And as I sought shelter from the storm elsewhere, I couldn't shake the feeling that the playground held more than just childhood memories, that it was a place of darkness and despair, where nightmares lurked in the shadows, waiting to be unleashed upon unsuspecting souls who dared to venture too close. Story 48. Once again, I found myself drawn to the heart of the whispering woods, the same haunting allure pulling me deeper into its tangled embrace. The rain fell in a steady rhythm, each drop amplifying the forest's eerie chorus as I ventured further into its depths. The trees seemed to lean in towards me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers in the dim light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sound that pierced the silence was the soft murmuring of the wind as it rustled through the canopy above. I shivered, a sense of unease settling over me like a heavy cloak. The last time I had ventured into these woods, I had barely escaped with my life, the memory of that harrowing experience still fresh in my mind. But despite the warnings whispered by the wind, I pressed on, my curiosity driving me forward even as my instincts screamed at me to turn back. As I walked, the whispers grew louder, their words indiscernible, yet filled with an otherworldly resonance that sent chills down my spine. It was as if the forest itself was alive, its ancient inhabitants watching my every move with silent scrutiny. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every step through the tangled undergrowth. And with each passing moment, the feeling grew stronger, until it was all I could think about, the sense that I was not alone in the whispering woods, that something lurked in the shadows, waiting to ensnare me in its grasp. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to put as much distance between myself and whatever unseen presence haunted the woods. But no matter how fast I walked, the whispers followed me, their voices growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, I stumbled upon a clearing in the woods, a small glade bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. Relief washed over me as I stepped into the clearing, the whispers fading into the background as if held at bay by the sanctity of the space. But as I looked around, my relief turned to dread, a sense of foreboding settling over me like a heavy fog. For in the center of the clearing stood a solitary figure, its form obscured by the shadows yet unmistakably human in shape. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I watched the figure step forward into the moonlight. It was a woman, her features obscured by the darkness yet somehow familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere before. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. The woman said nothing, her gaze fixed on me with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. And then, without warning, she spoke a single word that sent a chill down my spine. "Run." I hesitated for a moment, my mind reeling with fear and confusion. What did she mean by run? And from what or whom was I supposed to flee? But before I could make sense of the situation, the woman disappeared into the shadows, leaving me alone in the clearing once more. With a sense of urgency, I turned and fled back into the woods, the whispers rising up around me like a cacophony of voices as I ran. Each step seemed to echo through the forest, amplifying the sense of dread that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. And as I ran, I couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay hidden within the whispering woods, and what dark forces lurked in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the unwary traveler who dared to venture too close. As I finally emerged from the woods and into the safety of civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that some mysteries were best left unsolved, lest they consume the curious soul in their dark embrace. And as I vowed never to return to the whispering woods again, I knew that I had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death, a fate that awaited those who dared to delve too deeply into the secrets of the forest.